I think we're ready to get started.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. All of you guys tuned in. You're tuned into the 2024 USA Powerlifting Massachusetts State Championships. My name is Liz, and I'm joined by
Patria.
and we are so happy to take you guys through the action today. It's going to be a good one. What do we have today for on the docket? All of the non-collegiate men are going to be lifting today. We've got two platforms, as you guys can see here. Platform 1 on your left, platform 2 on your right. And we have multiple flights per platform. We'll talk about what flights mean in a moment. We got multiple flights per platform, which means we've got a lot of action to witness today. A lot of squatting, which is what we'll be doing first, and then a lot of benching and a lot of deadlifting later on.
Yep.
So let's see here. If we go to liftingcast.com, you guys can follow along at home with the lifting. It looks like on platform 1, we have 2 flights. Flight 1 starting off by Toshi with a 75 kilo squat in the Masters the Masters 3, 67.5 division. So, look at him still lifting.
Let's go.
We love to see lifters of all different kinds of ages lifting out here. And then we have David over on platform 2 taking 117.5 kilograms for his opener, kicking off the day on platform 2. So Patria, tell me a little bit, what are some of the rules for the squat event here as we start to see these lifters squat?
Sure. So there are 3 commands. Is that right?
2.
2 commands?
2.
So it's squat. When the lifter gets set up, walks the bar out, their knees are fully locked out. They'll get the squat command, at which point they initiate the squat. Once they've completed the lift, ideally they've completed the lift, they'll get the rack command so that they walk the squat back into the rack. The side spots and also back spot will help do that.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons why we wait for that start command is so that all the spotters and loaders know when the lifter is going to squat, and they also know when they need to help the lifter rack the weight back into the platform. So not only are we looking for those, like Patria said, these locked knees, standing upright, motionless, but from a standard of the movement perspective, but we also want to make sure that everyone on the platform is safe. So that's why you have those commands up there.
We're all on the same page.
Yeah. And so as you are following along with the lifts that are happening today, you'll see that we've got some 3 circles on the bottom of each platform display. And those circles represent each one of the referees that's on the platform today. So we have a referee on the left, a referee on the right, and a referee kind of with a similar view to what you guys are seeing, the referee from the front. You can see on platform 1 the knee of the referee. So you can see they're 3 different perspectives of the viewpoint looking at the lift to see if it's a good lift or a bad lift. And if they think it's good, they will put up a white light, like you see Skylar just got on platform 1 there. Good squat by Skylar. And if they think that it didn't meet the rules or the standards of the lift, they will put up a red light. And they'll also, in that kind of bar that's underneath the circle, there will be a color card there. And as we see some color cards, we can talk about what those infractions mean.
So far, everyone's having a great day, so.
Yeah, so far so good, and that's what we love to see. A lot of these lifters have been here since 6 in the morning. They weighed in at 7, and they are probably pretty nervous to get ready to go. But the first squat is, in my opinion, it's not the worst lift, but it's almost the worst lift. The first squat.
It's the most nerve-wracking.
It's the most nerve-wracking where you're just, you need to go out there for the first time. The lights are so bright, all the people in the crowd, and you go out and once you get that first squat out of the way, it's so much better. Yeah. So as you can see here, over on the left-hand platform, we have Northeastern Powerlifting, spotting and loading. And on the, on the right-hand platform, let's see who we have spotting and loading. It doesn't look like they're wearing team shirts, but they are Northeastern Powerlifting as well.
Cool.
So we've got all Northeastern Powerlifting, spotting and loading today, which is so great. They give back to the sport and volunteer in so many different meets in so many ways. Not only are they volunteering, but they're keeping our lifters safe. And that's really what's most important. We could not run these meets if we didn't have spotters and loaders. So we've got Ethan over here on platform 1, looking to take 369 pounds as a Team 2 lifter for his first attempt squat.
Wow.
Which is no chump change. That's a pretty big squat for a T2 lifter, especially in the 75 kilo class. And we have Brian over on platform 2, a good squat, 325-pound opener. You can see with Ethan's squat, he just got that red light, and he had a blue card. So Patria, what are some of the reasons why you might get a blue card on the squat?
Is that up and down movement?
Yeah,
possibly?
that's right. Up and down. So when the lifter is coming up out of the bottom of the squat, if they have any wobbling, like the bar goes up and down, they would be called for that.
The bar needs to move in one continuous motion
That's right.
throughout the lift in order to make it without any cards.
That's right.
But it looks like the left and center judge, or is that left or right?
That's right.
It looks like the right and center judge did not catch that. So
That's right. And then the other thing too, blue card on squat could mean that your knees were unlocked. So at the commencement and the start and the finish of the lift, if your knees are not locked, then you could get that red card with a blue infraction as well. Another thing you may see that's kind of different from lifter to lifter, as you can see on this squat rack that we have set up, the uprights that are holding the bar up, sometimes they're straight up and down, sometimes they're tilted in. And there's no, right way to do that. It's kind of based on the lifter and based on how the lifter will walk the weight out of the rack. So in this case, Hamilton most likely takes like a really big step when he unracks, and we'll see. Well, this is speculative. We'll see if that plays off. But a lot of times lifters who take big steps out of the rack, like Hamilton just did, the plates will hit those uprights on the way out. So if you tilt them in, then you have a little bit more clearance. Whereas Kyle on the right, he did not walk it out nearly as far, so he didn't need to have those uprights tilted in.
I usually get them tilted in during a meet.
Are you one of those?
For that
Yeah.
reason, yeah.
And it is so, like, it's just one of those things. You've got hundreds of pounds on your back. Like, these folks are opening with over 400 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's not fun to have those plates clip the rack on your way out. It kind of like, it's jarring, if anything.
Yep.
Best case scenario, it just shakes you up a little bit. It can certainly make your walkout a little bit more unsteady than it needs to be. So you have Travis on platform 1, opening with a cool 200 kilos. For those of you guys at home and you can't see that at the bottom, that's 440 pounds.
It's a lot of weight.
It is a lot of weight for an opener. And Matthew taking 190, almost 200 kilos as well for his opener. And we have some synchronized squatting almost. Both of them got the squat command at almost the same time.
Nice.
And 2 good lifts on both platforms. So as we get close to the end of flight A on each platform, which you can see at the top of your screen, we've only got a couple lifters left in each flight. Let's talk about the round structure a little bit, or the flight structure. So I mentioned earlier we have 2 flights in this session, flight A and flight B on platform 1, and we have flight A and flight B on platform 2. And that just means we have a group of up to 15 lifters, and they will take all of their first attempt squats, all of their second attempt squats, and all of their third attempt squats. And then the next flight will do the same, all their firsts, all their seconds, and all their thirds. And that makes it so that each lifter doesn't have to wait 30 minutes between attempts, right? So if the flights only have, up to 15 people, they only have to wait up to 15 minutes, really. The easy math. Between attempts, which is much better than waiting 30 minutes between attempts, especially when you've got this much weight on your back. Looks like a lot of good lifts by the lifters here so far today on both platforms. We really do like to see that.
I'd like to see it.
Especially first thing in the morning. So Patria, why is it so important that we take attempts? Why do we have 3 attempts? What do those mean? Why?
So it gives you an opportunity to incrementally build up your squat as the day goes on, or your lift. So also the bench and deadlift.
Yeah, that's right. And some people like to think that like powerlifting is about squatting the most weight, and it certainly is. But that doesn't mean when we go out to the platform to take our first attempts that we're going for PRs right on the first attempt.
Sure.
I mean, that's certainly a strategy. It's a bold one, Cotton. But most people will take something that's pretty easy for their opener.
Just to get on the board.
That's right. And just what Patria means when she says just to get on the board is, this is a competition. And you have to make at least one successful lift in each discipline. 1 good squat, 1 good bench, and 1 good deadlift. If you start with your PR on your opening attempt and you don't make it, then you have to make it on your second one. And if you don't make it on your second one, then you really got to make it on your third.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a less risky move if you take an easier squat for your opener, easier bench for your opener. You know, you make your opener something that you could do for 2 or 3 reps on any day, and that way you don't have to worry about being disqualified from the meet by not posting a good lift.
Yep. The sport is all about making it the highest total. So you can have the best squat, but if you bomb out on anything else, that's not helping you out.
That's exactly true. Yeah, if you don't post a successful lift in any given discipline, none of the rest of your lifts count for the day, which is unfortunate. No, we don't want that. You know, folks spend months, sometimes 6 months or more, training for these meets, and the last thing that we want is for their lifts that they worked so hard for to not count. Wow, that was a good fight by Ben for his first attempt with a really wide squat stance.
Wide.
I'm interested to see where he goes up from there, because that was an interesting squat.
It was a very fast descent.
It was, yeah.
I think that's one of my favorite things is watching how different lifters have different technique approaches.
Yeah, me too. Where some lifters, they have that wide stance like he just had.
Wide stance, just how quickly they hit the hole.
Yeah.
Or hit the bottom of the squat.
And some lifters, like we saw a lifter yesterday, her feet on squat were almost touching. They
Sure.
were so close together.
Is that Saki?
And her, I can't remember who it was, but it was, her knees were like touching and just straight up and down. Like it was such a satisfying squat to watch. But it's the extreme opposite of, with these really wide stances or the really, really narrow ones. And there's no right way or wrong way to do it, which is what's great. It's whatever you can do to get the biggest lift possible. So you see here, Toshi just got the replace command on platform 1. We didn't talk about that command. So Patria, you were right initially when there are 3 commands.
Right.
but the replace command is one that we don't really like to use. And that's where if after 5 seconds the lifter's knees are not locked out or they're not standing up straight enough, the chief referee will ask them to replace the bar, and that's so that the chief referee can let them know, hey, you've been standing there for 5 seconds, which is a long time with a lot of weight. We just want to let you know you need to lock out your knees.
Yep.
Or something to that effect. Each lift, the squat and the bench have a replace command, and they each have their own set of technical rules by which you can get the replace command. In squat, it's mostly just, you're not locked out, you're not standing up straight enough, or in some cases the bar is too low on your back. We had a lifter, at least one lifter yesterday, where, if the bar is too low on your back, then you would get the replace command. Those are like the little tiny rules that sometimes we gloss over, but, on big state championship meets like this, where we have national level referees in the chair, you can expect for them to be looking for those things. And it's not because they're trying to, get people, but it's because they want to make sure we're lifting safely and we're all lifting to the standard that's in the rule book.
Yeah.
Oh, some intensity by Gabriel on platform 2 with the stomp. I do love to see a lifter just kind of get that internal hype. Like, I am going to be able to squat this weight. 319 pounds, no problem,
Nice.
by Gabriel from UMass Boston Powerlifting. And the judges agree it's a good lift. Now on platform 1, we have Skylar of Team TSP taking 363 pounds for his second squat as a junior lifter. So you'll see here different divisions like Raw Open, Raw Junior, Raw Master. What do those mean, Patria?
They're age division. So here we'll see that the men's Raw Junior is 20 to 23. Raw Masters, there are a few different levels of Masters, but that's broken up also by age division. I believe Masters starts at 40 and then goes, is it 10-year increments or
That's
10
right.
or 9?
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So the M1 the M1 division it's 40 to 49, then M2 50 to 59, M3 60 to 69, M4 70 to 79, and then there's like I think there is an M5 and it's just like
Sure.
above 79.
Yep. Yeah.
Which we had an M4 lifter yesterday in our afternoon session. She was 76 years old and she was still killing it. She made so many of her lifts. She did so well.
That's
It was
so
so
impressive.
encouraging. It's so encouraging to
Yeah.
see that this sport is not just something that you do for a couple years. It doesn't have to be anyway. It's something you can do for your whole life.
Yep.
which is just squatting, benching, and deadlifting. Kind of hard to fathom that you do it for your whole life, but we like it. Hopefully, you guys watching like it enough, and hopefully, you guys can get some inspiration from some of these people who are all different ages,
Absolutely.
doing all the same thing that we all enjoy and love. Ethan coming back for a 385-pound squat attempt on platform 1. That's pretty big for a 16 to 17-year-old lifter.
Oh yeah, that's nearly 400 pounds.
Yeah, especially the 75-kilo weight class is 165 pounds. So that's an impressive squat. I mean, we're well over double at this point, double body weight.
And it was easy.
That's right. And on platform 2, we have 165-kilogram squat going down by another 75-kilo lifter, this time in the junior division.
So I think Ethan was teen too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
16 to 17 years old.
Yeah. I can only imagine if I started powerlifting at 16 years old
know.
where I would be now. I'd probably be washed up. Retired. Still in the same seat I am today. And we have a very cool Team Ireland singlet on platform 1. I do love to see when people can get their hands on these previous World's team singlets, because it just shows a little bit of their personality. Just like we have the Korea singlet on
cool.
on platform 2. I don't know if they planned this,
Yeah.
but the timing is good. And you'll see a lot of other singlet brands here as well. Singlets are, we have to wear the singlet. Nobody wants to wear the singlet. But finding some cool designs or cool colors is just one way that we can kind of express our individuality on the platform there, and you just get to show everybody a little bit of who you
Have a
are
little fun with it.
while you're destroying massive amounts of weight.
Is that Great Britain?
It's Great Britain.
Yeah, that's cool.
Apparently the men really know where to get these World's
Yeah.
team singlets from. So you'll see Matthew on platform 2 adjusting his belt prior to approaching the bar. The belt is the only piece of equipment that you're allowed to adjust on the platform. So you see he's wearing knee sleeves, and on platform 1 you can see Hamilton's wearing wrist straps and knee sleeves. Those things you have to make sure they're in place before you get on the platform. But the belt you can change once you're on the platform.
All right, that was a good fight for Matthew.
That was a good fight. That looks heavy. 462 pounds is heavy. That looks heavy. He made it look not so heavy, though.
Yeah. And
Travis going to take a similar load, 468 pounds on platform 1, 462 pounds on platform 2. These men this morning, another World's team singlet from New Zealand.
Yeah, cool.
They are making quick work of these heavy squats. I'm barely even awake enough. I can't comprehend how they're squatting over 400 pounds first thing in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a good squat by Travis on platform 1. No surprise from his coaching team making excellent selections with weight. And Jason with that kind of wide stance making a good squat on platform 2 as well.
Are they doing teams awards?
That's a good question. So the collegiate championships was yesterday morning. So if you guys want to see more powerlifting and you want to see more powerlifting at this venue, you can go look at the YouTube page for USA Powerlifting Massachusetts and find yesterday's session where we had the collegiate championships, and they did have team awards for, because the collegiate system is kind of set up on teams itself. But that's a good question. I'll have to follow up on the break with our meet director, Eric Cordero, to see, what kind of awards they're going to be handing out tonight.
Let's go, William.
That was a good squat by William, and another one of those more narrow stances that we were talking about. And you can see that one red light. It's still a good lift. 2 white lights is all you need. And it looks like there was either some up-down motion or maybe a knee was unlocked. But it looked good to me from where I saw.
Yeah.
So the one thing that you will know, and we'll say it over the course of the stream, is we are seeing exactly what you are seeing. We're looking at the live stream as well. So we only have this one angle. The referees, like I said earlier, they are sitting on the left, the right, and in front of the athletes. So they have 3 angles that they can see the lifts from that are not the ones that we see here. So they can certainly see things that we do not see. But we do also have a jury here today made up of national level referees. And the lifters, if they disagree with the platform calls for some reason, they can go to that jury and protest the lift. And on occasion, if their protest is valid, then the jury can overturn the ruling of the refs on the platform. But typically the refs on the platform have the best view. Northeastern making quick work of these attempt changes. I love to see it. Oh, so on platform 2, the spotter and loader that was just on the left side, I think he won the best lifter for the collegiate state champs
Cool.
just yesterday, but I might be wrong. I might be putting the wrong face on the wrong name. But so some of these lifters definitely did compete yesterday as well, which is they just give back.
Yep.
They don't know boundaries when it comes to powerlifting. They're all in. Oh, third attempt squats going down on platform 2. And unfortunately, that was just a little bit too much for Preston.
Yeah.
You'll see, a good fight from Ben on platform 1.
You hit it hard.
And again, that first attempt squat moved challenging, and that second moved just the same.
Right.
On the right, you see he got called for depth there, which is pretty common for that really, really wide stance. The refs are looking for the hip crease to be below the top of the knee when they're looking for squat depth. And when your squat stance is that wide, it can be difficult to see the hip crease. And it can also change the appearance of your quad from the side. So it is sometimes common to see those depth calls on those really wide stance squats. Gabriel looking at 341 for his third attempt squat on platform 2. Depth, not a question. Little war cry going up, and it looks like a good lift to me. And the judges agree. And Toshi, our M3 lifter of the morning,
Nice.
basically tempo squatting 220 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the different technique
I
or
know.
different approaches.
Yeah, some people, they really just blast down and then
Yep.
they shoot back up. And some people, they take their time, have a lot of tempo and control going in. And it is cool to see all of the different ways. Just when you think that you know them all, you see somebody do something you've never seen before.
Sure, yeah.
And Devin on platform 1, teen 1 lifter, 14 to 15. That's the lowest. When I say lowest, I mean youngest teen age group before you become a youth lifter. So he is just out of the youth lifter group, making 264 move well. And we've got a good. Unfortunately, no good squat. Was there some up and down motion on that?
I didn't
Perhaps
see it. I think
I missed
it.
that one, but unfortunately, not a good lift on platform 2. It had to be up and down.
Yeah.
Based on
all
all
three.
three gave that blue card. And we're on third attempt squats on platform 1 as well. We are moving at a very
we're moving.
impressive clip
It's like
this
half an
morning.
hour.
And that's all thanks to the spotters and loaders. They control the pace of the meet. And they're doing a really good job of making sure that we minimize that downtime between lifts. See here, a little confusion on platform 1 with the loading, and a big scrap on platform 2 with Brian taking 363 pounds. He looks pleased with that attempt as well.
Ooh. Is it a different lifter? Platform 1?
That's a good question. Platform 2, we have a 380-pound squat loaded up on the bar by our junior lifter in the 75 kilo class. He looks pretty calm and collected. I don't know about you. for 380, near 400 pounds on the bar, I don't know if I would be that calm.
Let's go, let's go. Yeah. Very composed.
Very composed. Not looking for any. Oh, unfortunately, not depth there. And what I was gonna say is he's not looking for any extra credit on depth. And unfortunately, he just cut it a little too high.
Yeah.
Which, you know, some people, they really like to ride the line, and then when you get into those really heavy squats, if you just don't quite sneak it in to depth, you get those calls, unfortunately. We're back and moving again on platform 1, working our way back up to 400 pounds. We're almost there, 177.5 kilos for Richmond, team TSP. Taking his third attempt squat is a 60-kilo junior. And we have Kyle taking 418 pounds on platform 2 for his third attempt.
Yeah.
No question on depth for Kyle. And the refs say, yes, it is a good lift indeed. Then we have Richmond on platform 1. That looked good to me. We'll see what the refs say. Yes. Yep,
Nice.
They agree. So that's awesome. We love to see when people get their third attempts. And so far, not to put the curse out there for these lifters who are doing such a good job, but platform 1 is all green.
Nice.
If you're following on Lifting Cast and you've clicked on 2024 USA Powerlifting and Massachusetts State Championships, you'll see what I'm seeing if you click on platform 1 board. All green on platform 1 board. For platform 2, we have a few misses, and we've kind of seen those going on the right, but overall, these men are doing an exceptional job at executing their attempts, which means stacking those kilos towards their total. Interested to see what the refs has to say on platform 2. Good, just snuck it in. And that's awesome for William. He looks excited. As Ethan pushes through with 407 pounds, he's broken that 400-pound barrier, and he is electric.
Nice work.
He's having a good day, and we can hear him too from where we're at in the commentator's booth. We're not even in the venue, or we're in the venue per se, but we're not in the room seeing the platform. We're off to the side, which is great because we can still hear some of the energy and the excitement, and we can share that with you guys. But thankfully your audio is not totally blown out
Yep.
by all the screaming from the crowd.
Okay, Hamilton.
I do really love those Great Britain singlets. There's just something about them. Oh, a good fight from Matthew on platform 2. Oh, that's a good lift. Unfortunately, got called for a little up and down motion there from that left side judge, and I could possibly see what they saw, but 2 white lights is all you need, and the front referee, you know, they didn't see that up and down motion, so that's good for him. And we are moving right along on platform 1. Another TSP lifter. You'll see a lot of Triumph Strength and Performance lifters here today.
Morning.
Oh, he's even got the matching, like the green on his comp tee
cool.
to match that singlet. He knew what he was doing.
He's got the orange on the shoes.
Yeah,
It's good.
well executed fit choice. And a good squat for Jason on platform 2. Another good squat on platform 1. Gosh, I wish I could squat with that stance because it's just so aesthetically pleasing.
Yep.
That wide stance, and your knees come down to that like 90-degree angle. It's like the squat version of a 90-degree angle bench press. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yep. I know what you mean. I love a good pretty squat.
I know it.
I feel like that's part leverage and then just part like squatting.
That's so true.
Just having the leverages.
Yep. And some of these lifters too, we've got a lot of raw lifters today. In fact, I'm not sure that we have any equipped lifters in this session, but I will have to check. Equip lifting is where you see a lot more of that kind of like wide stance squat, and we do have a lot of people who maybe compete both ways, you know, raw and equipped. You'll certainly see some of those people there today, but I think, let me look at the the results here. I think everybody competing, at least in this session, is raw.
It's a good lift, Travis. Or it looked good to me. It's
Yeah,
a good lift.
it's a good lift. All you need is 2 white lights, and Patria and I are here to give you 2 of them. It's a good lift. Yeah, I don't see any. We do have some bench-only lifters competing today.
Cool.
But I'm not seeing any equipped lifters here on Lifting Cast, which is too bad. We had 2 equipped lifters yesterday, and it's always so fun to watch, and it's just a very different, a different move. Wow, very quick squat by Jack. And a very distinctive movement pattern.
Yep.
A unique squat, if you will. And Ben is ready to take this 501-pound squat. Is this the heaviest squat we've seen in this session?
I think so.
It's the heaviest we've seen so far, but it might not be the heaviest on the day. We have 2 lifters after him, after Ben. The ultra-wide stance.
Yeah.
Fighting,
Yep.
fighting,
Let's go,
fighting,
let's go,
fighting.
let's go. Oh.
Can he keep holding on?
That was
No.
such a good
That-
effort.
That must have felt like an eternity. That was
Yeah.
a good 3-4 seconds. But when you're under 500 pounds like that, that must have felt like forever.
Yep.
Moses on platform 1 taking his opener of 170 kilos.
Nice.
This camera angle is making everybody look like they're giant. It just
can see that, yeah.
like I'm looking at the weight classes. I'm like, that can't be right. This person looks like they're 6 feet tall. Like,
Yep.
You can see here we've got some extra spotters on platform 1. So once we reach that 500-pound mark, we're required to have an extra side spotter. And that's just to make sure that everyone is safe. 500 pounds is a lot of weight to lift. And we don't want those side spotters having to split 500 pounds only one way. But it's a good squat on platform 1. So that's our first 500-pound, over 500-pound squat of the day. I say it's good. The refs agree.
It looks good.
The preemptive calls. The lift is good. And Jackie getting in a 400-pound opener on platform 2. Bar going up to 512 pounds on platform 1 for the Boston barbell athlete. He looks like squat is his thing.
Yep.
He looks like a squatter.
He looks like a squatter.
And Brendan going for a 420, almost 420-pound opening squat. I'm excited to see what Brendan benches today. He's a bencher,
He's a bencher.
a big bencher. Slow and controlled squat on platform 1. Oh,
Okay.
and he stands up with it.
That looked great.
That looked good to
But
me
let's
too.
see what the judges say. Yes.
Nice, we love that. 2 good squats for platform 1 and platform 2, but that was the heaviest squat of the session so far was flight A, platform 1, and you just saw it. 200 and was that? Already lost it. 232 kilos.
Cool. Good. Brandon and Justin.
Both going for their openers. You can see everybody's got different ways of setting up. They're getting ready to both unrack. What if they simultaneously unrack? So you can see now they're both, getting steady, making sure their knees are locked out so they both get that squat command. And then they wait for their knees to lock out again so they can get that rack command. And almost pretty much as simultaneous as you can be without actually being given the commands at the same exact time. So good job by those 2 gentlemen. We've got quite a few Boston barbell athletes this morning as well. More and more lifters I'm seeing. Like the more meets I go to, like the more Boston barbell lifters I see, which is great to see. You know, like just all of these different gyms sending more and more lifters and making USAPL teams.
That was deep and
that was a good
fast
squat.
for John.
And then we have Josiah on platform 2, rocking the WPI Comp T. Shout out to my alma mater, Worcester Polytechnic Institute. Not sponsored. We're just nerds. We got to stick together, you know. Good job, Josiah. That looked like a good lift to me. Speaking of sponsors, we do have some sponsors in the middle of our live stream here. White Toe Lifting Company, Oasis Powerlifting Club, our presenting sponsor for today. Odyssey Barbell Club. Hopefully we'll see some Odyssey Barbell lifters today, and more. Thank you to our sponsors. Without you, this meet would not be possible. Andy getting ready to take just a chill 419 pounds for his opener.
Easy.
No big deal. And if that wasn't a big deal, shift your eyes over to platform 2 where we have a 457-pound opener going down. And I believe all the men that will be lifting this morning are, I think they're supposed to be 75 kilos or lighter. But this is also, not considered a national meet. So when you weigh in and you weigh in over your weight class, there is no penalty at this meet. You just get moved into the next highest weight class. So I'm not seeing a lot of 82 lifters, which says to me the 82 lifters are probably in the afternoon unless they didn't make weight and they're lifting now, like Daniel on platform 1. But it is nice, it's one way to like keep all the competition together as far as like body weight's concerned, by keeping all the weight classes in one session.
That was a high bar squat.
That was a very high bar squat for platform 2. So high. And his feet were so close together.
Yeah.
That was one of those, like, it reminds me of, like, Olympic weightlifters.
That's exactly
squats.
what it looks like, yep.
Yeah, where
He
they
might have a background in Olympic
exactly,
weightlifting.
where they have that really good, like, external rotation at the hips so they can have their feet so close.
Yep.
And they just look like they're, like, if you were to squat down in your kitchen right now, like, just
Sure.
right down onto your ankles.
Yep. It's pretty.
Kenneth going for 480 pounds for his opener.
Wow.
And then Joshua with 200 kilos for his opener. These people are very impressive this morning.
What's 75? That's 165?
Yeah, that's 165. I cut down to that weight class once, never again. Never again. It's a good squat by Kenneth as far as I'm concerned. I'll be interested to see. So for those of you guys lifting at home, if any of your family or friends want to share this with the lifters, if the lifters need haters or opposition, they're doubters, I'm here to say I'm interested to see how some of these lifts turn out as the weight gets heavier.
Yep.
I will be your hater for the day. I say that jokingly, of course. For those of you guys who know me, I am a state referee. So while I'm sitting here quarterbacking all of these calls, armchair quarterbacking these calls, I do volunteer my time as well to sit in the chair and to do these things. And the angle that I'm seeing is not as good as what they see on the platform. So whatever I see, I can't hear the commands. I can't see anything from the side. All I can see is the same thing you guys see. But I'll pretend to be your hater if you need a hater for motivation.
Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, let us know. Chat, let us know if you need negative motivation. Look at these guys. They're like a pit crew
Yeah,
as
it's
far
awesome.
as speed is concerned. Jack, a teen 1 lifter, opening with 369 pounds. It's just so nice to see young people getting into the sport. And, especially, Jack walks up to the platform and he's just composed. And that's a skill that, like, not a lot of 14-year-olds have.
For sure, yeah.
It looks like a good squat on platform 1 as well. So we've made it through all of the first attempts for platform 1. So I can say now, session 1, Nobody missed a first attempt on platform
Nice.
1, which is so great. It just takes all of the stress off these lifters. Oh, I'm sorry, platform 2. Nobody missed an opener squat. We're almost through platform 1 opening squats. We have 3 left, including Derek. But these guys are doing a great job of just executing their plan for the day, executing their lifts, and building their totals by having successful squats. Another teen lifter in Derek in the teen 3 class, which is the last teen class you could be in. As the age category suggests, it's 18 to 19. With a 500-pound opener, he's stoked on it. He's happy. And I would be too. This is the last year he can compete as a teen, and then after that he goes into the juniors. Well, I'm assuming he's 19. If he's only 18, then he has all next year as well. But after 19, you go into the juniors and you're with the big dogs, the people who are college aged.
Yeah.
So, and Jackie going for his second attempt squat of 435 pounds, and he looks pretty confident. Oh, with the stomps. I love the stomps.
Okay.
That was a very good squat. A very good squat. Nice. Fine, just fine. But well executed, I think. He knew exactly where depth was and knew exactly where to... He didn't need to go down any further than that.
Looked strong.
It did. And Joseph with a very strong-looking 534-pound opener. Again, another Boston barbell lifter. Obviously not surprising that we're seeing a lot of Boston barbell lifters here, at the Massachusetts State Championships. We are also in the Verve Hotel in Natick, so pretty close to Boston too.
Yep.
And Brendan asking for a little bit of support from the crowd for his second attempt of 200 kilos. And Brian going for 534 as well for his opener. So we got some good squats going down on both platforms here. Oh man, and you can hear the crowd already. It is 9:43 a.m. and these people are already going
Getting
nuts.
hype.
The crowd is already yelling, which is only a good sign for how this meet is going to go today. Yesterday we had a nearly sold out session in the afternoon, and I'm hoping that we can sell out again today because we have a lot of people just showing out. Still a lot of successful lifts on platform 1 and platform 2. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them,
Nice.
but that looked like a good lift for John.
Good lift, yep.
Oh, so you'll see on platform 2, we have a blue card and a yellow card. So we talked about blue cards earlier. Could be from up and down motion, or it could be from knees not being locked, things like that, not standing upright enough. Yellow is kind of like our miscellaneous
Yeah, it's
color.
like a catch-all.
Yeah, so it could be maybe his foot moved. It could be he missed a command. For squat, there's not very many other yellows, but it's most likely one of those two that we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Then we got our WPI lifter over on platform 2, Josiah for Boston Barbell, and Dan from Imperial Strength on platform 1. Both going for mid 400 squats here. It's a good lift on platform 2 by Josiah. Did he get is that the second time he's gone 2-to-1? No, okay. So that's me being a hater. That's me like kind of thinking that might happen. So we'll see how his third attempt goes. I obviously want to see all of these people succeed.
Of course.
And again, it's just interesting to see how everybody squats a different way. And some of the best squatters in the world, it's like some of our best 90 kilo squatters. I'm thinking, gosh, what's his name? This is so embarrassing, I'm forgetting his name. It'll come to me later in the stream, but some of the best squatters we have in the world, especially in like the 90 kilo, class for international lifting, they know that they squat borderline, and they just do it because that's what they need to do to get those heavy squats.
All you need is 2 lights.
That's exactly right.
So.
Definitely slower for Kenneth on his second attempt, I think, than his first, but he seemed to move it well, and that's a good 500-pound squat for him. Wrist wrap gets stuck. He gets trapped in the rack, but he's good.
Brendan.
Well-controlled squat. Let's see what the refs say. Yeah, so
It's borderline to me.
exactly,
From
and
our
it's
head judging.
from our we're close to where the head ref is sitting, as far as like the angle, and I think it's just because of that wide stance, and he's got those big quads that it just and his torso lean is just a little bit questionable from depth on the front, but got the sides white, so that's all you need. Brendan on platform 2 with a high bar squat.
Brendan. It slowed down quite a bit,
Yeah.
but he stood it up, so nice.
That was good work by Brendan.
I don't know if he has a lot left, but he might
I
also
agree.
just be a...
Well, he was the third attempt. We're already on third attempts
Oh,
on
wow.
platform 2.
Okay, so he's done.
We're cruising.
Awesome.
It's not even 10 a.m. and they're already on third attempts. And they have 2 full flights.
That was a perfectly called third then.
Yeah, that was excellent, especially with high bar. I feel like high bar is one of those lifts. When it gets heavy, it goes from fast to slow so quickly. And as long as your positioning is perfect, you can grind it out. But if you get even a millimeter
Yep.
off position, then it's real hard to get back. Jack going for 175 kilos, which I think with the platform collars, that's like a milestone, right? That's 3 reds, just 3 reds in the collars.
Yeah.
Which is, not just 3 reds or anything. That's a lot of weight for this Teen 1 lifter. Making it look very good.
Nice.
Nice, and that's a good lift for Jack on his third attempt. Another good lift on platform 1 as we move the bar continually up, up, up.
Yep.
So that's one thing we didn't really mention. As these flights progress, the weight on the bar doesn't go down. So the first lifter in the flight will be lifting the lightest amount of weight for that flight, and then every subsequent lifter will just be, either taking the same weight or adding weight until you get back to the top of the flight, and that's when you'll see them take some of the plates off because they're, back to the first lifter in the flight. But you'll see sometimes that changes the order that these lifters are in based on what they select. A good fight from Moses. It looked good to me. A little sticky there in the middle, though. Yes, the refs agree. Very good lift, and that was pretty good attempt selection as well for him. I'm not sure he had very much more in the tank.
That's perfect. So we saw Derek leave the platform to adjust his wrist wrap.
But now he's going for a 523-pound squat.
And that was amazing.
Yeah, and he knows it. He has some left. I'm excited to see where they go for the third attempt there. Geez, already in the mid 500s on platform 1, and we are not even at 10 a.m.
Second attempts. Wow.
And Jackie taking 457 for his third attempt squat on platform 2. Oh, that looked really good. That's
Jackie.
good. And that's a good example, like I said, of high bar, where if you stick with your positioning, you can grind through a sticking point.
Yep.
And he just did.
It's a great third.
That does not, on Joseph's back, look like 556 pounds. He's moving it like it's 315, you know?
It always impresses me when people walk it out really quickly. Oh.
Unfortunately, just not there for him on the day. So he'll leave with his, he still has another attempt, so he could retake 252, which I hope that he does. If he doesn't retake 252, he'll leave on the day with his opener, which is 242. Brendan on platform 2, 457. Good, very good. I think there was more in him, but
Yep.
oh, he's excited and happy for it though. So apparently
hear
that
it.
must be a PR. That must be a PR. And you know what? We'll take PRs even if they're easy. He's got a big bench on him though, so I imagine he'll have saved some energy for that.
Yep.
We have a very high bar squat by Brian in the new SBD Reflect kit, which I wasn't sure about at first when it came out, but I'm liking it. Like, especially seeing it here on the platform today, like that's a vibe, and I'd like it.
We have Brandon with his third squat, platform 2.
Yeah, some people just walk it out and just look so light, like Brandon just did. 468 pounds, controlled descent.
Let's go, Brandon.
Unfortunately, just
effort.
a little bit too much for him on the day. I think he misgrooved a little bit on the way down and just wasn't quite able to recover. And you'll see those yellow lights from the referees, just meaning, you know, that's that catch-all card. On this case, it's just a mislift.
Yep.
And Justin from the Blueprint team. We had a lot of Blueprint lifters yesterday, and obviously more today. Unfortunately, 413 just a little bit out of reach for him today. He kicked off the third attempts, though, so he will be leaving with 177.5 kilos towards his total, moving into the bench press. And we have John going for 435 pounds, or 197.5 kilos on platform 1. And platform 2, we have a 474-pound squat if we're rounding. Oh, that's a good attempt selection by John on platform 1.
Wow.
And, another good attempt on platform 2. Unfortunately, platform 1, it looks like there was some kind of infraction that the two side referees saw, whether that was unlocked knees or potentially up and down motion. I didn't see any up and down, so maybe there was, those knees weren't locked at the commencement of the lift. Like I said earlier, we do have a jury here, so if his coach didn't see what the referees saw, they could approach the jury and protest. And then it's just up to the jury to say, do they want to uphold the standing on the platform, or did they also not see what the referee saw? Most of the time, 9 times out of 10, it's pretty obvious what the infraction is. Always worth a protest, though. You never know, and especially where some people get the Christmas colors of cards. If they get a bunch of different color cards, sometimes you can get lucky and protest just 1 or 2 of those colors, and overturn a bad lift to a good lift. speaking of good lifts, platform
That
1,
looks good.
that was a good lift and a good fight. And platform 2 trying to make the same fight, unfortunately, just ran out of gas a little bit there, Josiah. But that's okay. Go Goats. WPI will take more into the next into the next
WPI
discipline
goat?
there. WPI, I think it's an unofficial mascot is a goat. Yeah. The official mascot's like at the engineers, which is just like what?
Okay.
At least when I was there.
Sure.
So like, it's been a while. But I'm like, ugh, what's an engineer look like? I mean, other than me. But I'm
Right.
like,
Just a
I'm not
person.
exactly a good mascot. Now, how about them goats? Andy on platform 1.
Wow, Andy.
That didn't look like a third attempt to me, Andy. It looked good. I mean, when I say it didn't look like a third attempt, I mean, you probably could have put
It was
some more weight on the
fast.
bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. And then platform 2, 518 pounds for Kenneth. He's had a solid day so far. Yeah, that looks good to me. He doesn't look happy with that, though. I think it was fine. Yeah, and the refs agree. The refs agree. I don't, I thought it was deep enough from the front, but again, our angle's slightly different. And 2 white lights is all you need. Brendan, another 2 white light lift. No, these are not ads. This is, we are not advertising here with these 2 white lights. But all you need is 2 white lights to get a good lift, and these lifters are doing it.
Yeah. We are done on platform 2. Is that right?
Yeah, that looks right. So platform 2, it looks like they just finished up their third attempt squats from flight B. So platform 2 will be taking a 10-minute break while they get set up for bench and give the spotters and loaders time to, get some water and some food and take a break. Platform 1 will continue on with Joshua's 490-pound squat third attempt.
Let's go, Joshua.
Oh, a good scrap. I'm not sure that he'll get it, but we'll see. Yeah, so unfortunately, two red lights, but they had yellow cards. I saw up and down motion,
That's what I saw too.
which would be a blue card. I didn't see what the ref saw for the yellow, so that could be a good example of going and saying, like, hey, what were the yellow cards for? Maybe he skipped a command. Maybe he skipped the rack command or the squat command.
Sure.
But it's definitely a gym PR regardless,
Yeah.
He stood up with that weight. He scrapped it out. You can't take that away from him. Into the 500s now on platform 1. I don't think he had a single more kilo left. That was so smooth.
Yeah.
And just there, like right at the peak of like how much he had on the day today. That was good attempt selection by the UMass Amherst team. And then we have Derek going right up to 551 as a T3 lifter.
Yeah.
You don't see many Team 3 lifters squatting this much weight,
Yep.
especially in this 82.5 weight class. But Derek doesn't seem to mind. He's ready.
Let's go, Derek.
Taking his time to set up, making sure he gets the bar exactly where he wants it. That's such a good squat.
Perfect.
Wow.
Yep.
Great attempt by him. You'll notice his other 2 attempts, he was smiling on the way up, and this one, he was like, okay, it's starting to feel heavy finally.
Yep.
But he got it. That was a good lift by him. It does look like we have a 600-pound squat in the works for you guys today.
Cool.
So I'm excited to see how that goes. Not to be rushed, though. Joshua or sorry, Joseph out here taking 556 pounds first. This is where I would be shaking my boots if I was him. He looks pretty calm, but I would be absolutely a wreck. So many high bar squats today. Can he?
It's right
Oh,
there.
unfortunately, just not there. Yeah, and he had a very similar sticking point on his second attempt. So he will walk away with 242 pounds, 242 kilos towards his total, which is still a very impressive squat. And here is that 600-pound squat I was talking about, 275 kilograms. The heaviest squat of the morning by Brian on TSP. I think it's safe to say that he's probably a squatter.
Yep. A high bar squatter, no less.
A high bar squatter, no less. God. I cannot imagine. But I don't have to imagine because he just stands right up with it.
Nice.
Yes, and that's a good lift. Expertly executed by him as well. And it looks like we have a relift for Joshua for 225 kilograms. How do I know it's a relift? Because the weight just went down.
Yep.
We just had our last third attempt, but the weight is now going down to 490 pounds from 606. So that says to me that this is a relift. If I look at Josh's previous attempts, he must have gotten skipped in the order because it looks like he hasn't taken a third attempt at all. So I think some of that confusion that we saw earlier on platform one with like which lifters going out, I think that there was a technical difficulty and he was skipped. So this is him having his opportunity to take his third squat. Sometimes these things do happen. You know, we're in a hotel. We're kind of at the mercy of the hotel internet in some cases, and hopefully there's a lot of you guys following on a lifting cast at home, and hopefully a lot of people following on a lifting cast in the crowd. But sometimes, you know, then we have the technical issues of just there's so much load on the system, and that's a good problem to have. That is a good problem to have, and we always end up resolving it with, you know, these lifts that we see here, where it's, you know, not following the normal order, but we make sure everybody's taken care of.
Yeah. It's taking me a sec though. I wonder if he's coming out for it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So each lifter, we didn't talk about this earlier, but each lifter has 60 seconds from the time that the referee says bar is loaded to come out onto the platform and get the first command for the lift. In this case, it looks like he will not be coming out for that lift because they're stripping the bar down. So
He leaves with the second attempt, which was 215.
that's right. Yep. And platform one will be joining platform two and getting ready for the bench press. Once they finish setting up, there will be a 10-minute break. But do not go anywhere because we have a lot of really exciting benching to get you guys caught up on in the next discipline of this morning session of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Massachusetts State Championships. Like I said, don't go too far because we'll be back in just 10 short minutes. All right, welcome back, ladies and germs. We are 10 seconds away from starting up the bench session on platform 2. If you guys weren't tuned in for squat, that's okay. If you guys tuned in the middle and you have no idea who's talking at you right now, quite literally talking at you, sorry chat. My name's Liz. I'm a New Hampshire State referee, and I am joined by...
Patria, I am a Massachusetts state referee.
And we're hoping to just add a little bit of color to this otherwise probably very boring live stream, which is just a bunch of squatting and benching and deadlifting.
Yeah. It gets pretty exciting towards the thirds.
That's so true. That's so true. And especially with bench press, I'm a bench lover,
Same.
but I know that some people
No, we're
are
both
like,
benchers.
we're both bench lovers. Yeah.
fun.
But at the end of the day, the lifter is like laying down on the bench.
Yeah.
And there's not a whole ton of things going on. So especially with bench press, we'll make sure that we keep you guys apprised on what is the action that's going on and what are the rules and all that stuff. So if you missed it earlier, we've got 2 flights on each platform in this session. There is almost 15 lifters in each flight, so that's a full flight. Flight A being kicked off over here with 187-pound bench press, and that was a good lift. Great way to start off the session. Yeah. So what are the commands for bench?
So the lifter will take it out of the rack, at which point they should have their elbows fully locked out and motionless. They'll get the start command. Once they descend to their chest, they just need to hold it motionless and before getting the press command, at which point they lock it out, and then they'll get the rack command to put it back into the rack. The side spotters will usually help with that.
Yeah. And so you'll see here, as Preston takes his first bench, you can see he's getting a handoff from the center spotter. That's optional. You don't have to have a handoff if you don't want to, but with these heavy weights, sometimes it's nice. He waits to get the start command, waits to get the press command, holds it, gets the rack command, and that's a good lift for Preston. And he had a very close grip.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's just interesting to see. He had a close grip, but it seemed like his arms weren't like super, super long, which is like probably a good thing for him in the trajectory of his like bench press career. He's got a lot of room to reduce that range of motion.
Yeah.
If his current grip becomes like a place of plateau, like he can just bring his grip out and then bench more.
Sometimes people will keep a closer grip because of shoulder discomfort or
that's so
shoulder
true.
mobility issues.
I definitely fell into that boat for a while. The first 2.5 years of benching, I had a pretty close grip, and every time I tried to bring it out,
shoulder width. Yeah.
every time I tried to bring it out, something exploded. So we've recently brought mine out just a little bit. But we had to change a lot of other factors as well when we did so because, those shoulder issues you're talking about. Good press, I think, by Brian. 192 pounds. So we're already almost up at 200 pounds for some of these lifters, which is pretty impressive. Especially David here taking almost a 2 times body weight bench for his opener.
That's wild.
And this is that 2-plate gym lift, milestone. And he's just taking it for an opener, and we love to see that.
He's a 52-kilo lifter, which is about 114 pounds.
Gosh.
Crazy.
Gosh. I could never imagine. I think maybe I weighed that in high school. That was a long time ago, folks. Taking his time to set up. He looks like he has kind of that like pinch grip there on the bar. Takes a minute to get the start command, but
Smooth.
no issues pressing it. And that's what we like to see from our first attempts, right? Is especially when you're not used to the reffing that's on the platform, you want to take something that's light enough that if you get a long start command or a long wait for the start, or if you get a long press, you still make that lift and it doesn't take too much out of you. Gabriel taking 231 pounds. Taking a second to explain how he wants his handoff to the center spotter there. And what are some of the benefits of getting a handoff?
It can reserve a little bit of energy if you get help out of the rack. One of the downsides is that you, if your handoff isn't exactly how you might want it, it can throw you off a little bit. So there are pros and cons.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll see here too, on the previous lift that we just watched, when you get a handoff, you have to wait for that center spotter to get out of the vision, like out of the
Sure.
path of sight for the chief referee,
Yeah.
which can make your start command sometimes take a little bit longer too.
Too.
So there are pros and cons. I've taken handoff sometimes, not in competition but in training, because like if you have some shoulder issues and stuff, like Patria said, it just saves you a little bit of energy, and especially if you have shoulder issues. And that was a good lift by Kyle. Spotters and loaders, again, just so quick. It's 10:13 and we've already gone through
Wow.
how many squats? Let's do the math.
And almost an entire round of bench.
Yeah, and almost an entire round of bench. Let's see, 40, 46, 86 times 3. What's 86 times 3?
I'm the least mathy engineer in the world.
258 squats in like an hour.
Cool. Wow.
That is
A lot of lights.
a lot of lights, a lot of lifting, a lot of plate changing. But now that we're on to bench, we'll see the same number of benches hopefully, in hopefully the same amount of time. Matthew going for 242. Pretty well executed first attempt, I'd say. And you can see he has a wider grip. And that's, it is, again, one of those variables that each lifter can kind of control on their own, based on their own leverages, based on their own morphology, and also based on where they feel the strongest and working around any movement limitations or restrictions they might have. William getting ready to take the same weight, 242 pounds, as a junior lifter. I feel like as a junior lifter, I would be so stoked to just bench 2 plates.
For sure.
And William's got like what we call an arch in the bench press. So if you're not familiar with powerlifting, listen up. The arch is not cheating. It is powerlifting's all about lifting the most weight you can, right? And lifting the most weight you can within the confines of the rules. So if you can reduce your range of motion by bringing your chest higher up in the air so that the bar doesn't have to come down as far, you should do that, in my opinion. But also having a slight arch in the bench press is actually healthy for your shoulders because it puts your shoulders and your chest in a better position to press where you're not putting as much stress on the back of the shoulder joint itself.
We're seeing that here big time. Also an ultra wide grip.
That's true, yeah. So you can see just how much range of motion is reduced compared to platform 1 when you have that bigger arch. I am definitely a proponent of the arch. It's the only reason I recently PR'd my bench and benched 200 pounds. I swear it's because of that big arch. If I had to double that range of motion, I mean, I certainly still have some strength there, but would not be the same as the top end.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, the top end changes a little bit with just some technique tweaks.
That's so
really
true.
Cool.
Yeah. Some of the other points to consider when we're looking at bench presses. It's kind of hard to see from this angle all of the touch points or the points of contact from the lifter and the bench, but ideally we're looking for shoulders, both butt cheeks, and your feet to remain planted where they're at.
Yep.
In USA powerlifting, your entire foot has to be touching the floor, which I find rather advantageous because it gives you more friction and more, just more of a footprint to like use leg drive from if your whole foot is on the floor. For me, I like that. But it's a requirement in USA powerlifting for full foot on the floor. Also, your butt and your shoulders need to remain on the bench for the entirety of the lift. You are allowed to lift your head up off the bench, though. So some lifters, as they bring the bar down, their head might come up off the bench. And then as they press, their head goes back down to the bench. And that's just based on the way that their thoracic spine and their cervical spine moves along with the motion of bringing that bar down to their chest.
So on platform 2, we have Preston, who I believe is going for an American record in the raw teen.
Yeah, that's right. So you'll see 88 kilos. That's not like a nice round number. That's not an increment of 2.5 kilos. That's because it's an American record. for his opener. Okay.
Easy peasy.
Okay. Let's
Wow.
go, Preston. And it's only up from here. It's only gravy from here. More American records. And we can set American records here at this state championship meet. That's because we have national referees here in the chairs this morning. So good for Preston. That's what a way to start off your day. It's like an early Christmas present almost. We have both lifters unracking around the same time. I bet they'll get a start command at almost the same time. You'll see a platform 2 here where we are waiting for the lifter's butt to go down before getting that start command. So some lifters, when they do that self lift off, it helps to have a little bit of hip elevation so that you can just get a better like angle on unracking the bar.
Yeah.
Some lifters do like to do that because it just helps, again, like protect those shoulders and get a little bit of a better lift off, self lift off. The downside is you do have to then put your butt down, which means you're holding the weight over you for a little bit
Sure.
longer.
Yeah.
But everybody has different preferences, you know. We'll see here on platform 1, it looks like another self lift off. With what we talked about with the butt in the air to start, and then they put the butt down, and then they hopefully get the start command.
Okay.
A little bit of an uneven press, but that's okay in USAPL.
Ooh, I've never chipped as a
We just had Preston's handler just came over to talk to us a little bit. He's so excited about that American record. It's not often at these state meets where you get to do that like chip, as we say,
Yep.
the increment of anything but 2.5 kilos. He's stoked on it. He's excited, and it's only up from here, like we said.
Yep. So when you go up in your lifting, when you add weight, the minimum amount that you can go is 2.5 kilos.
That's right.
So when you chip it, they added 0.5 kilos to that 2.5, which ended up with 88 instead of 88.7.5.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the range of motion for that bench on platform 1. I'm excited to see this guy deadlift because
Yeah,
he's very
sure.
clearly his arms are very long.
Yeah.
Very clearly a deadlifter. And then it looks like we're back to the top of the flight order on platform 2 with David's very close grip bench.
Again, 242 pounds at 115. Like,
Yeah.
that's nuts.
Over double body weight for your second attempt.
That's crazy.
I was out here fighting for my life to get just one body weight. Never mind 2+ body weight bench. Wow, very, very visually satisfying bench press from Hamilton on platform 1. And Kyle taking similar weight on platform 2, electing for the self handoff in the Team Korea singlet.
So this gives you a lot of consistency. Exactly how
Yeah.
you train is how you take it on the platform.
That's right. And it also can kind of help the lifter too. So most people don't do it. You won't see it very often. But if you self-unrack and you mess it up, and you can re-rack the
Sure,
bar before
right
you get
away.
the start command and then unrack again. Most lifters don't because they're just in the zone. But personally, me, as someone who does almost exclusively self-lift-offs at this point, I know as soon as I unrack the bar if I've messed that up or not.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I'm smart, I do re-rack it and then try again. I'm pretty dumb though. I usually just take it
Same,
and
actually.
then
I'm like,
struggle.
well, this stinks. Let's go.
That's so true. But sometimes, having that consistency of always doing your own unracked. So it looks like Ethan did not get a good lift on platform 1. I'm imagining he skipped a command because the lift itself looked good to me. And that was his opener. So I imagine he missed a command, And bench, for me, the first bench is also stressful because there's commands, and if you're not used to training with them,
Sure.
or you haven't competed very many times, you can just get excited and forget.
Yep.
Especially, if I have a big day planned on bench, I'm like, oh, I'm so excited, and the risk of missing a command is always there. So that's most likely what happened, especially since there's 3. Oh, I'm unsure
Yeah,
if
what happened?
Euclides on platform 1. Yeah, unfortunately, that was a no lift from him. He definitely had some up and down motion towards the end of the lift there. But he also got yellow cards from the side, so potentially maybe he jumped the press command and he knew it.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he was going back and then adjusted, but
Oh, okay, yeah. But again, these are first attempts, so it's your first literally attempt at putting up a good lift.
Yeah.
So they still have 2 more attempts to do so on platform 1.
So the lifters have the option of either retaking that same weight or adding.
Right.
It's never a terrible idea to retake it if you've missed the lift, but if you're super confident,
Yeah. If
you might want to add.
if you missed it on a command and
Yeah.
you know the strength is there,
Yeah.
and you're just, I made a silly mistake and it won't happen again, then sometimes it's okay to go up, but it never hurts to retake
Yep.
the same weight, because again, it would be such a shame for you to go up and then miss it and then not post a good lift and bomb out.
For sure.
Oh, that was a good press by Matthew on platform 2. And that's one where, me not knowing Matthew as a lifter, I wouldn't be so sure about how much he has left in him, but maybe he is just one of those slower pressers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe he does have more, more than 2.5, 5 kilos in him. Maybe he just really likes to press slowly. So interested to see what he does for his 3rd attempt. And then Travis electing for a handoff with 352. Quite the jump from quite the jump on platform 1.
Easy.
Definitely an explosive press from him. And then a good press on platform 2 as well with 270 pounds. So platform 1 is officially back to the top of the order, doing 2nd attempt benches for flight A. And platform 2 is at the bottom of 2nd attempts. So we're on our last 2nd attempt for platform 2 before we move on to 3rd attempts, which is very exciting. A long start command for Jason, but doesn't seem to have phased him at all with that press. And an interesting yellow card from the front. So I wonder what they saw.
Maybe a miscommand.
Yeah, or potentially. So there's this niche rule in the rule book about grip and how you're supposed to grip the bar. There's some pretty vague language about your fingers have to be wrapped all the way around the bar.
Unless it's bulldog grip.
Right. So it's like different people's perspectives and points of view, whether or not they can see your hands like wrapped around the bar or not.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the issue with that lifter, but that's again, that yellow card is that miscellaneous command. And a fight from Toshi on platform 1 got a little uneven, but managed to lock it out.
Oh. Preston not quite there today, but he did get that American record on his 2nd attempt.
Yeah, I imagine that was like you got the American record, now let's send it to get over 200,
Yeah.
If you want a 200
Yeah.
press, you earned it. You got that American
For
record.
sure.
So now that attempt selection makes more sense.
It's a big milestone.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a big jump from 88 kilos to 92 and a half.
Yeah.
Especially where he only jumped 3 kilos from his 1st to his 2nd. Platform 1 cruising right along with 105 kilos loaded for Skylar.
Oh, wow, we're already on. We just saw
Yeah.
Preston go on our 3rds on the 2nd platform. They did finish their squats.
They did, like a few
Earlier.
minutes, like five minutes sooner. So it makes sense they're a little bit ahead of platform 1. Wow.
Great fight.
Excellent attempt selection from Team TSP on that.
Perfect.
There was nothing left. There was not a single kilo more. That was awesome. And that's what you like to see. Maximize your potential for each lift on the day, and hopefully you maximize your total that way.
Yeah.
And that looked like a good press from Skylar to me. A little bit of a lag on lifting cast there by getting the results up. But hopefully the refs agree that that was a good lift. And they do. And then on platform 2, you see Brian kind of like using the uprights to get into the best possible position. When you have an arch that big, you know, the goal is to like get your shoulder contact to really be the top of your shoulders, like your traps and the back of your neck area. So sometimes it can help using the uprights to get into that tricky position.
Yeah. I also like to center myself on the bench.
Yeah, I'm so bad at doing that.
Yeah,
I am almost
exactly.
never centered. And 2 to 1 is all you need for Brian on that third attempt. So good for him, 100 kilos. That's a pretty big milestone. And then platform 1, 242 pounds. Seemed like a good lift to me, and the judges agree. What is your favorite thing about bench press? Other than the fact that it rocks.
I think it's just that I'm pretty good at it.
Real. Real. I'm like, I don't suck at it.
It's consistent.
Exactly. Yeah, and I do like that bench is consistent.
Yeah.
I do like that it's something that, because it's like most, you know, it's not only upper body. You'll see a lot of lifters here with a
Sure.
lot of leg drive, and you'll see their legs shaking, like on platform 3 with Kyle, just a little bit, maybe like a couple kilos over what he had on the day,
Yeah.
but you can only do 2.5 kilo increments.
Yep. Did he get a second?
And it was he got his second, and
That's all you can ask
he made the
for.
smallest jump possible. So
Yeah.
he'll go home with 112,
Yeah.
and he should be proud with that scrap. But yeah, so it is an upper body movement with leg drive support, obviously. But because it's using those upper body muscles that are a lot smaller, I feel like I can just like hammer my bench more. I
Sure,
can bench more
right.
often, more
How
frequently.
often do you bench?
I barbell bench 3 days a week.
Yeah.
And I have I have a 10 by 3, a 6 by
Wow.
3, a 6 by 5.
Holy cow.
A lot of bench volume, and I seem to be able to recover from it really well, which means I can really push it.
Same.
Which I just like. I don't know. I like that
Yeah.
feeling where, yeah, if you're good at it and you just do it more.
Yep.
Squatting's horrifying, and
The weight is on top of you when you're squatting.
yeah,
Like,
and it is on bench as well, but like
it's different.
it's so different. It's so different. The squat itself, it feels like it could be the end.
Yeah,
Every time you
no,
get under the bar.
right.
Bench, you know,
It's scary.
you always have, you know, either spotters on the side or the safeties. You can see there's face savers is what people call them on these racks, that if for some reason something were to happen and the lifter wasn't able to press the weight and it came crashing back down, it would like save their face,
Yep.
the bar from hitting them in the face or hitting them in the neck. We also have spotters here for that reason though. So at a meet like this, the face savers don't really get much use. But in your local gym, if you have something like that, really
useful.
helpful for when you're
Yeah.
pushing those weights on bench.
Yeah.
But no, and then there's just something about deadlift. Deadlift's hard. We both pull sumo, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like hard to be consistent with. It's very technical.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about deadlift later, or during the deadlift session for sure. But yeah, deadlift's a love-hate. Bench stays
Love,
loyal.
hate. Yep.
Bench stays
Right.
loyal. And it looks like it's been pretty loyal for the lifters here so far. Not to jinx them. Oh, the commentator's curse. Come on, Gabriel,
Go,
you can do it.
Gabriel.
Oh.
It's wow.
All right, if they don't give that to him, that is such a moral victory. Yeah, unfortunately, a couple infractions there. There was some up down a couple times, especially towards the end of that lift, and then the side referee's giving the yellow. That means his butt definitely did come up off the bench.
Yeah.
But like I said, a moral victory for him, and he should be proud that he still pressed that weight.
Yeah. I locked it out.
He did not. The fight was in him, and he did not give up. And we have Ethan on platform 1. Went up from his opener, which he missed, 117.5, and he missed that with yellow card. So I'm imagining, like we talked about earlier, commands. It moved really well. He's got a nice big arch. You can see the bottom of his rib cage up here. Yeah, so no issues there, and I think he'll get that lift for sure.
Okay.
All right. Is it interested to see? We'll see what that side referee says on the next call. I'm wondering if maybe So one thing that I struggle with that high arch bench pressing technique is sometimes it can be hard to keep your butt down on the bench, and because you have so much tension, you've
Yeah.
loaded that arch of your body like a spring, and sometimes your butt just hovers on the bench.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if that was his problem, where that like left butt cheek was just hovering a little bit over the bench and not quite in contact, but the right one was.
Yep.
You know, hard to tell for sure, but we'll see on the next one. 2 to 1's all you need anyway. Matthew going for 125, which is a 275-pound press. 2 plates and a quarter for those of you in commercial gyms. Unfortunately, not quite there for him on the day.
He might have had 2.5 below that.
Yeah. To hindsight 2020, I suppose, but
Always.
you know what?
Yep.
I'm sure if he has next week off, he can do a little bit of post meet.
Yep.
I'm already tapered, maxing out.
Might as
Hopefully
well.
his coach lets him do that. That's probably the best part about every meet season is that week after the
Yeah.
meet. It's just like going for it. If you feel like you've got more in the tank, just going for it. Same weight again on platform 2. Hopefully a different result.
Let's go.
It looks good to me. And
Nice.
the judges agree. And then we have over on platform 1, we went up from 132 kilos, which is nothing to sneeze at, all the way up to 170. So that's a lot of 4 pounds.
He must be feeling great.
As a 67.5 kilo lifter, that's a 1 pound.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so he'll be pushing close to almost 3 times body weight for his third attempt, no doubt. I'm very interested to see what they put in. They made a 10-pound jump from first to second, which is about 22 pounds. So interested to see if they make another 10-kilo jump. I don't know if 10 kilos is there, but maybe 7.5, maybe 5.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Or we'll see, maybe their plan had something different. Maybe it had like fixed numbers on the plan. You never know.
Sure.
I'm one of those lifters that just goes by vibes.
Yeah.
I pick my openers, and whatever's there on the day is whatever's there on the day. I'm like, could I do a 10-pound jump, 15-pound jump?
Yeah.
Okay, like that's where we're going from there. I never really come out with a number in mind because it would kill me mentally.
Right. No. I always do, and it always kills me mentally.
If I get stuck on that number, I just can't stop thinking about it, can't get it out of my head, and then it's over. It's already over. It's so over.
Hyperfixate.
Yeah, I haven't even stepped on the platform, and it's so over. But these lifters are doing a great job managing that stress, I will say. We are through third attempts on platform 2. Unfortunately, the last 3 lifters just weren't quite able to make their third attempts, but they did leave with their second attempts. So a little bit more red on the board, so to speak, if you're following us along on Lifting Cast. Rooting for Toshi here, our M3 lifter of the session. A little bit shaky on the descent, which I think caused a little bit of a harder turnover for him on the press. And unfortunately, just not quite there for him today. But he gave it a good fight, and that's all we have to ask for him, you know? And it seems like he was happy with that fight that he put up. And Jackie, smooth opener with 220 on platform 2. Oh, so if you guys are following on LiftingCast, that's liftingcast.com. The meet that we are here today for, in case you guys missed it, is 2024 USA Powerlifting Massachusetts State Championships. If you're following along on platform 1, Travis has submitted an American record attempt. So not to skip past everyone else, but the last lifter of this flight will be attempting an American record, which is so exciting. Unfortunately, 242 not quite there for Skylar today. So Skylar will go home with 105 kilos for his second attempt. And Jack going for a 105 opener. Another teen 1 lifter. It's so great to see all of these young lifters just killing it. Like, this is well over body weight. They're 14, 15 years old. Like,
Yep.
they're still in biology class.
Yep.
just and then in their free time they power lift, which is just so cool. And 248 on platform 1. I'm out here saying all the pounds increments, and if that bothers the chat, you know what? We are in Massachusetts, okay?
Yeah.
This is where the Boston Tea Party happened.
That's it.
So apologies for the imperial units here, but I'm not sorry. You can see both the kilo and pound increments at the bottom of your screen, hopefully. And you can also see, I didn't address this earlier, but you can see who is currently lifting at the bottom, and then also who's like on deck in the hold, and like 3 out, so on and so forth, in the wings, as they say, at the top of the screen. So you can follow along if you're at home and you're waiting for your friends or your family or your classmates or whatever. You can see where they're coming up in the order if you're not following along LiftingCast. But again, I highly recommend log on to liftingcast.com and you can follow along with us. You can see these attempts that people are making before they actually come out on the platform.
Let's go, Richmond.
It's a good fight by Richmond with 248.
Did he get it?
Oh, unfortunately he did not. It looked like a good scrap, and it looks like probably the side referees saw some butt up or, foot movement of some kind, which we really cannot see from this angle, unfortunately. Unless it was like extremely egregious, we're not going to be able to see the butt or the feet moving from this front angle. But that's what the side referees are there for, That's their, especially on the bench, there's so many things that the refs need to look for. But where the side referees add the most value is that foot and butt contact for the lifter. Right, 270 pounds on both platforms.
Brendan with the super elbow depth.
Yeah, super depth. So that's a good point that you bring up. So USA powerlifting, you can bench however you want to bench. It doesn't matter. Arching is not cheating. We let everybody bench however they want to bench here. But in other federations, there are rules put in place to kind of like minimize some of these hyper archers. And I'm not seeing anybody here yet, but I imagine that we will at some point. I actually know for a fact that we will see some people who have some really high arches and some really small ranges of motion on bench press. So there are other powerlifting federations out there that have some limitations and some constraints on what you can do, and they measure those things by elbow depth. But thankfully, the only thing we have to worry about here is just like seeing it. We see, wow, like that's very deep.
It's very deep.
Like big range of motion.
The angle of the elbow to the shoulder.
Yeah, and you can see for some of these lifters where their elbow like goes below the bench, like below the plane of the bench. Like that's a lot of range of motion. That's a lot of pec engagement for them. I would not know what that's like.
I unfortunately do, but somehow.
Yeah, so a nice 90-degree angle there on platform 2, and then you can see on platform 1 what we're talking about, like that, those elbows going really far down behind the shoulder. That's a good range of motion by him as well on platform 1.
One of the ways that they limit the bench press is by, you can kind of see it in the live stream, but there's a ring toward the end of the bar that your index finger cannot be beyond.
Yeah, so you can probably see it best right now on platform 2.
It's over
on the
the
right-hand
E.
side, over the E, yeah. So the lifter just put his hand right over the ring, but on each side of the bar, there's those rings there, and that's your like max grip width measurement. And that's so that we don't have people like holding onto the plates, like benching from the plates, right?
Yep.
Standardizing where that max width comes from. Good bench, I think, on platform 2. Platform 1, a very long start command. So I'm wondering, I think he had some calls previously, some yellow cards previously. I'm wondering if that was that like butt hovering situation where the side refs just couldn't see his butt quite make contact with the bench.
Sure.
So he got an extra long start command, and then when he finally did, he just wasn't quite able to overcome that long start command, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Ethan will go home with 122.5 bench press second attempt. Almost 300 pounds over here on platform 1 for an opener. Must be nice. Must be nice, sir.
Okay.
Making it look easy. He said, yes, it is nice. And unfortunately, not quite there for Euclides for that 286-pound bench. But he did get his second attempt of 120 kilos. 135 going on the bar now for Ben. Second to last lifter of Flight A on platform 1. And we have Mr. Brendan over here on platform 2. So this is where I was alluding to it earlier. He is a good bencher, a big bencher, and a massive archer. When I said, I wonder if we're going to have anybody with a big super arch today, this is who I was thinking of, is Brendan. And you can see 140 kilos moving like the empty bar.
Yeah.
I just like, I benched with him one time at Lift or Die. We were sharing a rack together, and just like watching his bench press is just, it's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying to watch because everything looks easy. Good fight by Ben on platform 1 for that third attempt. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite grind it out through that sticking point. So unfortunately, Ben will leave with his opener of 125 kilos towards his total. And that's some of the, he missed his 132.5 second and then went up 2.5 kilos for 135. So that's where that risk of kind of going up on a miss does come back to bite you a little bit, because he lost 7.5 kilos towards his total by going up instead of retaking, unfortunately.
Sure, yeah.
That's the game. That's the game we're in sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't matter for some people, for some of their goals. But sometimes it does matter. You can see here, Travis, that American record attempt that I was mentioning, 183 kilos as opposed to 182.5.
Yep, cool.
Looking to set an American record for the men's Raw Open 67.5 kilo division and Team TSP. With the Team New Zealand singlet getting ready, taking that lift off, which looked very good. That looked like a very good lift off. A little shaky on the eccentric, but can he follow through? Can he press it? Can he press it? Oh, unfortunately not quite there for him on the day. I don't know if you guys heard that, but the crowd was screaming for him. And that's, I don't know who he is, but I was internally screaming for him too, and that's one of the reasons
I was rooting for him.
Yeah, that's why powerlifting is just so cool, because you just see these people going for these records, going for these big personal bests. And you don't know who they are, but you feel like cheering for them anyway is just like what you should do, and it's like the first instinct.
Yeah, it's super relatable.
Yeah.
Like, we've all been in that situation.
That's so true.
Or not the American record necessarily, but like in taking a PR attempt.
Exactly.
On the platform is awesome.
Exactly. Yeah, and it just unites a bunch of strangers on one common ground, which is like, look at them going for that PR. Look at them grind. Let go, go, go. So we are on Flight B for Platform 1 now. First lifter of Flight B. Daniel taking 105 kilos. And then on Platform 2, Jack going for 110 kilos second attempt. Closer grip for Jack on Platform 2 compared to Platform 1.
His entire hand is inside the ring.
Exactly, yeah. Where it looks like we have a max grip width on Platform 1 with Daniel. 2 good lifts, though.
Yeah.
We're making good progress. 10:48, almost done benching.
Deadlifts usually go pretty fast.
And deadlift go. This is going to be a very fast morning session, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right, Moses getting ready to take 259 pounds for his opener on Platform 2. And Justin setting up meticulously for his 237-pound opener. So like we said earlier, you have 60 seconds from the time that the chief referee calls bar is loaded to get on the platform, get under the bar, and get that first command. So in this case, the first command on bench is start. And a lot of times you'll see these lifters, especially these really highly technical, big arch lifters, take a lot of time and care to just set up. So you could see someone take up to 30 seconds just to set up, and that's not uncommon. And it's not because they're, being dramatic, but it's because like every little manipulation and getting just perfectly into position counts for these top end lifts, especially when you have a really high arch and you're a really technical bencher.
I always tell people that I handle too that they have time. Like the slowest lift might be 10 seconds.
That's so true.
So you have that almost minute to really kind of dial in your setup.
That's so true. Oh, let's go, Brandon. Unfortunately, not quite there. It's so tough to recover when the one arm like lags.
Yeah.
It's a lot to ask of that other arm that's
Yep.
lagging to just like catch up.
Yep.
So unfortunately, not there for him today. Hopefully, he missed that on his second attempt. So hopefully he tries to retake that for his third, and he's able to get it a little more even. But no, speaking of taking your time on bench, a little anecdote for the listeners at home to get to know your commentators better. I took that to the max at USAPL Northeast Regionals this year. Never used ammonia before, and you won't see people using ammonia here, but they are using it just out of view of the platform per the rule book. But I'd never used ammonia before, so I was like, I'll use it on bench. I'd used it on squat and deadlift before, but not bench. I was like, you know what? I'm going for a big one. Going for a big one. So I used it. Couldn't smell it, couldn't smell it, couldn't smell it, couldn't smell it, couldn't smell it. Stuck my nose in the bottle, got too much of a whiff.
Oh, no.
And then I'm sitting there in the back room. Jordan Rocket says, "Bar is loaded, you can go." And I'm sitting there choking.
Just crying.
Like a fish just flopped out of the water, like flopping on land, like can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe. Tears going down my face. And then it took 15 seconds just to like
Oh, no.
breathe. Got out on the platform, and the spotters and loaders from Northeast Powerlifting, again, they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Don't look at me." And I took so much time for that opener, but still got my start command on time, still got the state record at that meet, and
Nice.
and that's where it's like you can you can take your time. You can sit there choking for air because you took too much ammonia, and you'll
Yep.
still be all right.
Don't rush it.
That's so true. 60 seconds is a long time, and you only get your 9 minutes of fame at the end of the day. Your
Yep.
3 minutes for squat, your 3 minutes for bench, your 3 minutes for deadlift. It's pretty uncommon though to see people take the full 60 seconds, at least in the raw powerlifting world. We had some equipped lifters yesterday. I mean, they still came out really fast, but sometimes equipped, you can see those lifters take a little bit longer because they're in all this gear. It's just like a little bit harder to move around.
Right. You
they're-
don't want your knee wraps on for too long.
Exactly. So sometimes, those lifters will get wrapped like right before they call bar is loaded, so it takes a little bit of time to get their knees wrapped that way. I don't think we have anybody even competing raw with wraps today in this morning session, though. So unfortunately, we have no good visual examples. But yesterday, in the afternoon session of the state championships here, we did have 2 equipped lifters. So if you want to see what equipped lifting looks like, you can go on to the USA Powerlifting Massachusetts YouTube page and look at yesterday's live stream and see what some of those equipped lifters look like to get those visual examples. We have Joseph over here taking 286 pounds on platform 1 for his opener. And 320 pounds moving very well on platform 2 for his second attempt. I think that was an appropriate second attempt selection as well.
That's good.
And a really nice big arch on platform 1 by Joseph.
It's a good lift.
It's a good lift by him. And then Brendan coming back to take his second attempt to, I'm assuming, close out second attempts for platform 2, flight B. So they'll be moving on to third attempts after Brendan's bench. And this one's probably going to move exactly as well as the first attempt. I don't know if I've ever seen him struggle on a bench.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Load up 400. Let's go, Brendan. No, that was a great press by him. Interested to see what he selects. But we're back to the top of the order on platform 2 with third attempts. Over on platform 1, Joshua taking 303 for his opener. That must be such a cool feeling, just opening over 300 pounds. You know that you're probably going to have at least 315 on the day, which is such like a milestone lift in a commercial gym, those 3-plate lifts.
yep.
Must be a good feeling. Only 2 more first attempts on platform 1 before we move into second attempts on platform 1. We have 308 pounds loaded up for Derek of Boston Barbell. Long start command. I wonder if, again, some of those problems with like keeping that butt down, or sometimes some lifters their heels might come up. Interested to see what the side referees called there. We don't have a good view for that side view, so unfortunately, not sure what those cards were for. But I'm imagining either like heels or butt.
Sometimes I've seen issues with like a Converse shoe.
Yeah,
Doesn't look like the heel, but it's as flat as it can be, I think, given what the sole of the shoe
that's so true.
is
It's,
doing.
yeah, those Chuck Taylors, the Converses, like what
exactly.
our center spotters wearing here
Yep.
today on platform 2. The shoe just itself like curls, and so
Yep.
it can be hard to maintain full foot contact based on the shoe itself. Like your whole foot is down, but
Yeah.
the shoe is lying.
It looks like Jackie scrapped that attempt. He did not come out to the platform for that third.
Yeah, so he'll take his opener bench of 100 kilos to his total going into the deadlift, which is totally okay to do. Sometimes if you know it's not there and you know that you want to go for a big deadlift, you just save the energy for deadlift. It looks like Jackie's opening over 400 pounds on deadlift, so he
Oh.
probably is just wanting to save as much energy as he can for that.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Jack on platform 2 going for a 253-pound third attempt. So the first third attempt of this flight on platform 2. Similar weight on platform 1 with Justin. Second attempt. Unfortunately, not a good lift for Jack today, so he will take his second attempt of 110 kilos. You guys are probably at home seeing a bit of a trend here with the third attempt bench presses if you're following on Lifting Cast. Third attempt bench press is a commonly missed lift. That's not me predicting the future. That's not me being a hater. That's just the data suggests. And the reason why is because, like we talked about earlier, bench press is a very upper body focused movement. And those muscles, those get tired faster than your lower body does. And proportionally speaking, when you make a 5-pound jump on bench press or a 10-pound jump on bench press, that's a bigger proportion of the lift than a 5-pound jump on squat, for example.
For sure.
So sometimes, your muscles just tire out faster because they're smaller muscles, and you go from being able to press it, then adding 5 pounds, and it's just not there because it's such a, it's a bigger percent. So that's a lot of the reason why we see third attempt misses on bench. Is just sometimes the jumps are just a little bit too much for your upper body to handle. Especially coming after squat, squat can be very taxing on the shoulders for a lot of people. So that can really limit the amount of gas they have left over, for bench. But Moses didn't seem to mind. He did well on his third attempt there, so he's 6 for 6 so far on the day. Good for him. That's not easy. Taking his 125-pound third attempt bench press to his subtotal going into deadlift, and he's opening well over 400 pounds on deadlift as well. So excited to see that. Meanwhile, looked like a good bench to me from Andy on platform 1.
I wonder if Brandon's coming out.
Not sure if Brandon is coming out. It does look like, he's already halfway through his 60-second timer. So it looks like, 127 was difficult for him on that second attempt, and he's probably just going to scrap it on the third.
Yeah.
So as an athlete, you could put in that you want to scratch your third attempt if you know that you're not going to make it. Some athletes don't do that. Some athletes just leave the attempt in. What that does is it gives the spotters and loaders an extra 60 seconds to rest, right? It gives everyone else in the flight the same amount of time to rest between attempts, which is kind of considered like the courteous thing to do. With these flights, they're so big, it's not as big of a deal. But with smaller flights, certainly, we had a few yesterday of 7, 8 lifter flights. Those flights especially, it's definitely more courteous to to not scratch, but to just let that clock run down.
Yep.
Only a few more lifts left on platform 2 here. Josiah going for 297, making probably the smart choice of a 2.5 kilo jump, not getting greedy and going for the 300,
Yeah.
but saying like, what do I have on the day here? I have 2.5 kilos, let's go for it.
Just building a total.
That's right. Taking his time, getting his shoulders set up. That's so relatable. Because I'm always like, what are my shoulders doing up there? Are they set right? Are they even? Oh, is he gonna fight through it? Unfortunately, not quite. And that's a pretty common sticking point. That's exactly where I get stuck.
Yeah.
It's like
I
a
get
couple
stuck
inches.
right on my chest.
It's so hard that
Yeah.
right off the chest for a raw bench press. And he gave it a good fight. He got it a little bit, but fortunately not there. And then Brendan,
Second attempt is easy.
yeah, looked like a second to last warm up.
Yeah. Right.
But again, building the total. Maybe he's got a plan for the day that we're not aware of, and he needs these lifts. He needs to make the lifts more than he needs to make big lifts. One thing that we haven't talked about yet is national qualifying totals for raw nationals, collegiate nationals, youth nationals. Oh, Kenneth, can he do it? Unfortunately, not. But that was a good effort
Yep.
by Kenneth. And he didn't make very big of a jump from his second to his third, so they kind of knew, not much left there. But yeah, so nationals this year, there's a bunch of changes on the women's side, but in general, there's a big change where in order to qualify for nationals, you have to do so at a state meet, a state championship meet, or a national meet, or a regional meet, or international meet. So in previous years, you were able to qualify for nationals at a local meet, but unfortunately, as we're trying to kind of build the sport into more of like a traditional sport model,
Yeah.
where you have local bouts and then like regional bouts and add a little bit of formality every layer of the tier that you go up. We've implemented a kind of like rule that if you want to go to nationals, like you have to set that qualifying total at a meet that is not just a local meet. Not to say that local meets are bad. There's certainly many, especially in the Northeast, many, many good local meets. But just kind of the formality of a state meet is what we're looking for those lifters for nationals. So a lot of people here may be trying to build those national qualifying totals. So you may see them take more conservative jumps than you would expect. And it could just be because that's their goal, right? And here we go with Brendan going for his third attempt. I imagine this is going to be really easy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very good. Oh, and he's so excited. I wonder if that's a PR for him. Screaming in the back room. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that was a nice, happy exclamation from him. We love that. Platform 2 just finished up with all of their benching. So they're going to go ahead and strip the bar down, get it ready for deadlift, and then they'll have a 10-minute timer. You can see Mr. Gino himself decked out in his black and gold fit. He was telling me about this last night. He did not tell me he was going to have pants with stars on them.
Oh, fun.
He did not tell me how hard that fit was going to go. And Joshua, platform 1. Oh, nice. Definitely looked heavier than his opener, but I think he still has a little bit left. Looks like his left shoulder is bothering him a little bit. So we'll see what he puts in for. Maybe he just makes the small jump, And then Brian getting ready to do 152 kilos, 336 pounds. That's a pretty good bench, 336. Especially where, if you guys remember, he squatted over 600 pounds in the morning,
Yep.
squat session. Oh, just not quite there. It looked like he lost a little bit of tension on the way down. And he looks like he's, got something going on. So I hope he's okay,
Yeah.
whatever it is, and he's able to come back on his third attempt and give that another effort.
All right, we're starting thirds now on platform 1.
Yes, we are. And it looks like we've got a few people who have scratched. So Joseph, Sue, and John are electing to scratch their third attempts. So the first third attempt you'll see
On platform 1 is from Justin, 117.5 kilos, which is a 5 kilo jump from his second, which is about 11 pounds. Taking his time, being very meticulous with his setup. Got a nice big arch. Oh, he's fighting for it, but unfortunately just not there. Lost a little bit of upper back tension there and wasn't able to really just like get back into that right groove, unfortunately. But that's okay. That's what you're going to see, you know, on these heavy presses too. We're not, people are not going to be able to maintain the same positions with the maximal weights. You get to see them struggle and grind and like they get out of position and then they fight back through it sometimes, and that's one of the most exciting parts about this.
For sure, yeah.
Andy going for 270 on platform 1. Gino's sunglasses, I cannot. Yeah, and that was a good press by Andy. It looked hard, but definitely well within his means. And probably the right call in the day.
Yep.
I'm not sure if 2.5 keys would have still been there. So definitely had a little in the tank, but maybe not the minimum jump. So. Same weight on the bar for Daniel. He's explaining to that lifter how he wants his handoff. Slowly scooching back. I'm a scoocher.
Yeah.
I scooch my shoulders back. I'm not sure what it is exactly that like helps me get into position, but I do like to slide back,
Yeah.
like you see Daniel just did. Oh, a little uneven, but I think he's got it. Oh no! Oh,
Yep.
oh, it was so
It hurts
close.
to get that far.
It hurts to get that far and then just run out of juice, and that's I think what just happened. You know, you run out of gas.
Yeah.
God, those are the heartbreakers. A lot of people electing to take handoffs for their third attempts, which is not surprising.
Yeah. I usually take one on my first attempt if I think I might want it on the third, just to
Yeah.
get like in practice with the spotter.
Yeah, exactly. Get used to that particular person's style of handoff, or you know, if you explain it the first time and it wasn't quite right, then you know how to explain it better for the second one.
Yep, exactly.
But some people do, you know, only take it for the third attempt,
That's
which is like
wild.
that's wild.
That's unpredictable.
That's very risky. Oh, unfortunately, just a little bit too much. And like you said, you know, some people get stuck like right there
in
on the chest.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's just how the cookie crumbled for him today. But that's okay. He did get his second attempt of a 127.5.
Brennan's getting hype.
Yeah.
You can hear him back here.
Yeah. Oh man, he's ready. He is revved up,
Yeah.
I think. Ready to take this 300-pound. This is a big benchmark, pun intended.
So the weight below this is 298, so he's crossed into the 300
That's
threshold
right.
with this bench.
That's right. Oh, just not quite there. Not quite there, unfortunately. But he did make his second attempt, so that's okay. 2 for 3 on bench, ain't bad. And then Joshua loading up just 2.5 keys from his previous attempt. Yeah, so definitely digging deep, trying to find like any ounce of bench press strength that he has left to try to squeeze out these extra 2.5 kilos for this 147-pound bench press. That as soon as he unracked that, I was like, that positioning is immaculate.
Yep.
That is like one of
Yeah.
those
where you sometimes
When
you
you
just
know, you know.
When you know,
Yeah.
you know. You're like, this feels like,
Yeah.
you unrack it, and you're like, it feels light.
Yep.
You feel like your chest is really, really high up, pointed
Really
to the
open.
ceiling. And yeah, nothing can stop you.
Yeah.
So that was good attempt selection by him. Derek going for 150. 330 pounds. Benching my deadlift. Oh,
Nice.
very nice.
Easy peasy.
Very good by him. And then 155 going on the bar for Brian, who missed his second attempt, but still electing to go up 2.5 kilos. So I'm wondering if there's a strategy there. You know, I'm wondering if, especially since we have a few 82.5 kilo lifters this morning, but I imagine the majority of them will be in the afternoon session.
Sure.
So if he's trying to go for placing possibly in his weight class, he needs every kilo. So going up the extra 2.5 might need to be the move. Oh! Let's see what they say. A little stall, but yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, so that little stall, the chief referee saw some up and down, but not enough to disqualify the lift.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. So that little gamble that they did paid off big time. So we are officially done with the bench press for this morning's session.
Cool.
Platform 1 is getting ready to get set up for deadlift, and platform 2, we still have about 5 minutes until they start deadlifting. So folks, go get yourself a beverage, go get yourself a snack before lunch, but don't go too far because we will be back in 5 short minutes to go into the deadlift session.
And we are back for deadlifts. Platform 2 will be starting just shortly. Platform 1 still has a couple minutes to go. Okay, and we have David on platform 2 taking his opener, 110 kilos, which is about 242 pounds. Nice work. Making easy work of that opener.
Hopefully you guys already know what's going on, but we're here on platform 2 doing deadlifts, doing the deadlifting, gripping it and ripping it, as some people say. Preston, our American record holder bench, going for 242 opener.
Okay, that was a good lift. So on the deadlift, there is one command. The lifter is able to start the lift whenever they feel ready. And then the front judge will give them the down command once they've fully locked out the lift.
Yeah, and that's the only command on the deadlift.
Yeah.
So when we talk about, the lifter having 60 seconds to get the first command, they have to, for the deadlift, come out onto the platform, stand up with a bar, and get the down command within that 60-second time frame. As we see here, illustrated by Brian, USA Powerlifting does let you take your comp tee off for the deadlift, which is super awesome because A, it's the most fun lift as far as you just grip it and rip it, but B, you get to show off all of your gains when you take off that comp tee, but unfortunately on squat and bench, for safety reasons, you do need to have a t-shirt on. But we see here,
Easy.
very easy, very extreme lockout, no questions there on lockout. But speaking of questions on lockout, there's infractions with the deadlift as well. There's rules with the deadlift as well as far as the standard of movement. If you get a red light with a red card, that means you did not lock out your knees and your shoulders fully. So one of the downsides of not wearing a comp tee is that you can see your entire shoulder, very clearly. If you wear a comp tee, especially one that's a little loose or one that's black, like our lifter on platform 2 is wearing, it can kind of obscure the shoulder joint just enough that it gives you a little bit of benefit of the doubt of is the shoulder locked out? Is it not? So that's why some lifters, especially sumo pullers, elect to wear that t-shirt, because sumo deadlift, you're already your hands are inside your feet, and sometimes your shoulders can just naturally curl forward a little bit on sumo.
Yep.
Because you're able to get your hands closer together than when you're in conventional, where your hands are outside of your feet, outside of your knees and legs, and it's a little harder to roll your shoulders forward on those lifts, at least in my opinion.
I agree.
So a lot of times you'll see sumo pullers with really close hand grips have a little bit of a harder time getting that shoulder locked out. Here we got a conventional puller. We talked about sumo, we talked about conventional.
Sure.
Did we talk about the differences between them?
We
Not
haven't,
really.
no.
So what's the whole deal? What is sumo cheating?
No, technically it's not. It's allowed. And I think that there's an argument to be made that if there is a slight, reduction in range of motion, not everyone can get into those positions, right? So
Yeah. That's so true. Sumo, as you can see by Gabriel here, he's got his feet wide and his hands are going to go in between his feet for the grip. Not when you have this wide stance for sumo, it does tax your hip joint and all of the musculature that surrounds your hip joint. And to be good at sumo, you also have to be able to tolerate putting stress on your hip in that externally rotated position. So not everybody can do it, like you said. Some people are, and then some people just, their leverages are better if they pull conventional. So sumo, is it cheating? No. No, sumo's not cheating. And I also say, as someone who's pulled conventional and pulled sumo in the past, conventional can be easier to grind through at the heavier weights, where if you have a little bit of a form breakdown, it doesn't impact you as much as sumo, where if you have a little bit of a form breakdown at your top weights, like there's no way you're finishing that lift.
Right.
William here, if I remember correctly, he had a pretty close stance squat
think
as
so
well.
too, yeah.
He might have been our like maybe he's an ollie lifter guy
Yep.
because that's how his conventional deadlift looked too. It looked very similar to his squat, where his feet are pretty close.
Stance.
But he seemed to have no problem with his opener there. And we're already approaching almost 500 pounds on platform
Wow.
2 with first attempts alone, which is very exciting to see first thing in the morning here. You can see Kyle electing to use a mouth guard today, which is just, a personal preference that people choose. Some people like to have something to bite down on because it like increases the tension in their jaw and their neck, which kind of has like a radiating effect of like increasing tension for
Is that
their
why?
yeah. So
Interesting.
some people, they might like I've seen someone like crack a tooth
Yeah, that's
from
what
like
I've heard.
clenching down so
Okay.
hard. I
Gotcha.
think that's more the minority, especially in the sport where there's not really very much contact. In most people's cases, it's that like radiation effect. If they're clenching their jaw, then their neck is tight. If their neck is tight, then their upper back is tight. And if their upper back's tight, their lats are tight, and it kind of goes up and down the chain
Wow.
from their extremities back towards the center of their body. And a lot of people like that because it gives that extra piece of feedback to
Yeah.
create that tension.
Try it.
I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well,
I don't really want another thing to do, but
exactly. I don't really want to have another thing to buy, but like, I don't know. I have like a night guard that my dentist gave me. Like maybe,
Sure.
maybe I can use that.
will my retainer work?
Will my retainer work? Yes or no? So platform 1 getting ready to get started with their deadlifts. Platform 2, we have Jason taking 589 pounds for an opener,
Wow.
knocking on the door of 600 pounds. Very easy. Perchance will we see a 650 deadlift from him today?
Probably.
I think so. I think that's well
Yeah.
within the cards based on how that moved.
What does he pick next? We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. That's another rule that we haven't really gone over very much yet. There's not very many rules for the deadlift, so we'll go over some general rules of the game. When the lifter takes their attempt, they have a minute from the time that they finish their attempt to put in the next attempt. So if you're following along on Lifting Cast, you may see some red and green boxes, and when you look to the right of the red and green box, there is no number. That's because they haven't put in their attempt yet. If there is a number next to the red or green box, then that's like generally the next lift that they're going to take. So when we say like, oh, I already know that this person's attempting this weight, it's because we're seeing that in Lifting Cast and we're able to kind of see how that shakes out prior to you guys seeing it on the screen here.
So we are on Preston's second attempt on platform 2.
A cool 10-kilo jump for him to his second attempt. And then Devin on platform 1, electing to take that like nice like moderate stance sumo, which I think is really underrated. I think a lot of people like really go with a wide stance, and it really can work for people. But like I feel like it takes longer to get used to. Like it takes longer to perfect that wider stance.
It also makes it so that your feet are angled more, which
Yeah.
gives you a little bit less area to balance on.
Yeah.
They tend to wobble at the top with the wider stance. I've seen a lot.
Yeah, I've seen that too, myself included.
Yeah.
when I sometimes go for that wider stance, I'm like, oh, like where am I at? Like, am I gonna make it? Am I gonna fall over? Whereas conventional obviously has the opposite problem. You have a big base of support.
Yep.
on conventional. And then you'll see other people, kind of somewhere in between the conventional stance and the sumos, the really wide sumo. You'll see everything in between, and that's just based on every lifter's preference, really. Downsides and plus sides to all of them.
Sure.
Good attempt by Hamilton for his opener. And Brian looking to take 358 pounds for his second attempt. Gino in the background on platform 1, getting the crowd ready to see all these platform 1 lifts. And that was a good lift from Brian, I think.
Yep.
The judges agree. Ethan, who's been having a very good day so far as a Teen 2 lifter, making 429 look like 135, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
That was a really
That
good
moved.
lift by him. So sometimes when those lifts move so well, especially when you have that sumo like you're talking about, if you move too fast,
Yeah.
you can have what we call like a speed wobble
Yep.
at the top, where you move so fast you lose your balance at the top a little bit, and sometimes that can create some downward motion of the bar. So we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Downward motion, just like the other 2 lifts, will be a red light with a blue card. Other infractions on the deadlift that you'll see more commonly with conventional than sumo, but it is ramping or supporting, where as you go up, you're kind of letting the weight rest on your thighs and using your thighs as like a ramp, so to speak, to get the weight up. And that is not allowed. It's not very common. And like I said, you see it more often on conventional than you do on sumo. You can often see it with Gino over here on platform 1 with the star pants. You often see ramping if you watch Strongman,
Yep.
because they don't have the same rule where you can't do that. So a lot of times on the heavier lifts, when they get tired, you'll see them do that more often. Euclides over here opting for a frog stance sumo deadlift, and you can kind of see why. When he's down in that bottom position, he looks like a frog, ready to jump.
Yeah.
And that works really well for some people. It gives them the opportunity to have a similar feeling of a push from the floor as conventional,
Yep.
but they don't have to have their feet in between their arms.
Yep.
So it's kind of a nice little hybrid lift. It's not for me, but it is for some people.
I've never tried it.
It definitely it carries over some of the low back or erector requirements that
Of
conventional does. Yeah. It is an interesting lift. It looks like we have a Team Canada singlet
Yeah.
over here on platform 1. I didn't think he was wearing that in his previous attempts. Maybe I missed it.
Nope. I think it's a wardrobe change.
We love the wardrobe changes
I think
between
he might have
events.
been in Ireland before? Is that right?
Oh, you're right. I think he was the one wearing the Ireland singlet. And we have William knocking on the door of 500 pounds for his second attempt. That very, very close stance conventional, the very anti-sumo stance, I say.
We have Sweden on platform 1.
Oh, another outfit change. Was he wearing the New Zealand singlet
maybe,
earlier?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he was. Going for 451 pounds. The Sweden singlet's very cool too. That yellow is just nice and bright. Both of them electing to wear the slack pull socks. Not a sponsor, not an ad. And Kyle coming out to take 507.
So
for his
one of
second
the
attempt.
rules on deadlifts is that you need to have socks that go up to the knee,
That's right.
and that's just for safety reasons.
Yeah, so you guys can probably see it from here, but there's spots on the bar where they're smooth, and then there's spots on the bar that they look fuzzy on the live stream. It's because they have knurling on them, for those of you guys who don't know. And that knurling is sharp. Obviously, when you're dragging that bar up your shins, you don't want to be scratching yourself and getting blood on the bar. So that is the reason why we have those tall socks, is to prevent everybody from getting their blood all over the bar.
Yep.
Another rule, though, in the deadlift that we did not talk about is that yellow color card, right? And that is a miscellaneous kind of catch-all infraction color. But some of the most common infractions you'll see that get a yellow card is if the lifter doesn't maintain control of the bar from the top of the lift where they've locked it out all the way down to the floor. So you'll see here Matthew locks it out. When he gets the down command, his hands stay with the bar the entire time that it goes until the plates touch the floor, and he does not slam the bar down. He doesn't spike the bar down. So that's an example of a good lift. A bad lift would be, you know, if you do slam the bar or spike the bar or drop it from the top, where you see like Olympic lifters a lot of times will drop the bar from up high, and that's okay in that sport, but it's not okay here. And our equipment is just different, and that's why it's not okay. Another, you know, reason why you might get a yellow card, if you lose your balance and you have to move your foot. You know, if you take a step to like catch your balance, that foot movement, unfortunately, is not allowed. What are some other reasons for infractions on the deadlift?
Well, we talked about hitching or
That's right.
ramping the bar, but that's a blue card. It
Yep.
counts as upward and up and down motion.
Mm-hmm.
The yellow card also, if you just fail to break the floor with the bar,
true.
which is just like picking it up.
Yeah, if you've made a genuine attempt and it's just
Yep.
glued down. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I think that covers almost all of them. We talked about lockout. That would be a red color card if your knees and your shoulders aren't all the way locked out at the end of the lift.
Yeah, you'll see
Oh.
Ben on platform 1. His knees were fully locked out. If
Yep.
they were bent at all, and he was, and he finished the lift, that would have been a failure too.
Yep. Yep, that's right. And you'll see that sometimes with some people on the deadlift specifically. If they lean really, really far back, sometimes their knees can unlock a little bit.
Yep.
And that's just because of balance, right? So we'll pay attention for that and we'll call it out when we see it as well. So far, so good on deadlifts, though. These are moving so quickly.
Yeah.
Everybody is doing a very good job of executing. And we have Toshi taking a 281-pound deadlift for his second attempt. You can see he's wearing knee sleeves, and most people don't wear
Yeah.
knee sleeves. He's also wearing wrist wraps.
Straps, yeah.
Most people don't, but some people like to. You know, the knee sleeves, it provides that extra level of warmth on the knee. It can provide some better proprioception, or your body's awareness of where your knee and your legs surrounding your knee, or like your muscles surrounding the knee are. So that extra compression can help people. And as far as the wrist wraps are concerned, some people like to use it because it helps close their grip down.
Yeah.
So if you, the listeners at home, take one hand and wrap it around your other wrist and you squeeze, it does change the way you're able to open and close your hand if you squeeze hard enough. And so that's what the wrist wrap is doing.
Yep.
It's helping keep that hand closed so that you don't lose grip of the bar as you're lifting heavy weights. Unfortunately for Devin, that second attempt, like you just mentioned, that would be a yellow card. You know, he wasn't able to break the floor on that. I think that was just a positioning thing, honestly. I think he should try to come back and take that for his third.
Was he sumo?
Yeah, it was sumo, yeah.
The hardest part of the sumo pull, at least for me, and I think this is pretty common, is breaking the floor, like actually getting the bar off the floor. Usually if I can get it up an inch, I'll finish the lift, but
Yeah,
it's that sticking point is right on the floor.
yeah, and that's the classic sticking point for sumo, and that's the appropriate, I think, sticking point for sumo. I don't have that problem. I have a problem with lockout,
Yeah, I've seen
but that's
that
because
too.
I break the floor too quickly, so I'm not able to keep all of the tension I need to in my posterior chain, and then I can't lock it out.
Sure.
But if you can build all that tension in your legs and in your posterior chain, breaking the floor, the rest of the lift is very easy on
Yeah.
sumo, where the opposite is true for conventional. You're just using slightly different amounts of each muscle on conventional. Wow, Brian,
Let's go,
speaking of
Brian.
really just grinding out a lift, having a lot of tension and moving through it. Great work by Brian on his
Perfect
third.
third.
Oh, and he's so happy. We love to see that. With the chicken socks too. I know I didn't call those out before. The chicken socks crack me up every time I,
I
see
think I
them.
missed that. I'll go back and watch.
But yeah, conventional pullers, you'll see it tends to be a little bit easier to break the floor.
Yeah.
I personally, this is just my personal speculation, I feel like when you are so scrunched down for conventional,
Sure.
you're like a spring.
Yeah.
And like all it takes is just a little bit of like letting that tension release to like help you get off the floor. So I feel like that's one of the reasons why conventional may be easier. And that's just
Makes
speculation
sense.
on my part. But you're just so compact down.
You see the brakes come on like right at their knees.
Yeah, for conventional,
crazy,
right around
yeah.
the knee is really where a lot of people start to slow down, and a lot of people struggle with lockout as well
Yep.
on
After that.
conventional. Yep. just because it gets so heavy right around the knee there.
Yeah.
So we're about midway through third attempts on flight A for platform 2, and almost midway on platform 1. So platform 1 catching up. Great job, spotters and loaders. It's a competition now
Yeah,
to see who
go.
finishes first. We have Skylar's coach, Mr. TSP Andy, looking over there in the corner. That was a good lift by him. Platform 2 loaded with 457 pounds. And if I had to guess, I bet he's pulling conventional, judging by the amount of baby powder on his legs. So that white powder that's on his legs, that is not chalk, although it could be easily convinced for chalk. It is baby powder. And so when you have a lot of just bar contact or any other contact with like your arms or something, if you pull sumo like Ben does over here on platform 1, the baby powder just helps reduce the friction from that contact, so that especially at the really high weights, it's not a limiting factor. And that was a really good second attempt, a very classic case of how sumo is heavy off the floor and speeds up towards lockout. But yeah, so lots of baby powder on the legs, the stomp by Gabriel, and you can see it all turning into a cloud around him. We still use the chalk on the hands to make sure our grip is really good. Don't put chalk on your legs for the deadlift.
I've seen people do
I've
that.
seen people do that too, yeah.
Wild.
It's just playing the game on hard mode, you know?
I guess. And you let them know, and then they're like, yep.
Oops. Yep, that felt pretty bad. Travis making light work with his frog stance sumo of 485 pounds. Unfortunately, Gabriel not able to post a successful third attempt on deadlift, so he'll go home with a 200 kilo deadlift. Gino over here holding up the crowd sign. Ding, 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 ding is what he's saying up there with
William Ding
for
is
William
up.
Ding. William for podium 2024. Let's see what he's got today.
Yeah, let's see. He's forecasted third right now.
For the 75 juniors,
so.
or yeah. And that was a good attempt by him. I think he's happy with it. Yeah, yeah, he's happy with that. Gino working the crowd, and that's why we love Gino. So far, you know, we're part of the way through the third attempt deadlifts on flight A for platform 2, and most of the way through on platform 1 of second attempts.
All right, Richmond.
Richmond making almost 500 pounds look very easy. .523, a little bit of work at lockout.
Sticky at lockout, but it looks like he got it.
It looks like he got it. We'll see what the refs say.
Nice.
Yes, that's a good lift for Kyle, and he seems to be pretty pleased about that. I love to see all these little like unique celebrations on the platform. It's always so like encouraging to see people just like genuinely happy after doing something that's so hard.
Yeah, it's like the secondhand joy.
It is,
I
yeah.
love it.
You can't help but smile along.
Ooh.
On platform 1, definitely sticky around the knees for sumo there. But a good lift. Good lift. We'll see what he goes up for. Sometimes, too, with sumo, like we were talking about, if you get just a little bit out of position, it can become really hard to recover. And I feel like maybe that's what happened there. Like maybe the bar just got a little bit in front of him, and it just took a little bit more effort to get that locked out. 5:56 by Matthew.
He got
Looked
to the top
good.
very fast.
He did.
Perfect.
Yeah, good lift for him. That's awesome. He had a great day today.
Yep.
He had a great. Did he go 9 for 9? He did not. He missed his third attempt bench, so he went 8 for 9. But a good day.
And he seemed pretty happy, I remember, from every attempt that he took. And Ben going for 556 for a second. Again, a little bit harder towards lockout there. But good lift overall. And here comes Toshi taking 140 for his third attempt deadlift. The crowd's making some noise for Jason with a 644-pound deadlift.
All right, Jason.
Pretty close to what I called for a 650. I think the next jump is 649. So, you know, I'm just gonna say that's kind of what I was expecting from him, and he definitely had at least 650 in the tank today. But that was a good pull by Jason. And we're on to flight B for platform 2. Toshi.
All right, Toshi.
With a 308-pound sumo deadlift. And it's a good lift.
Yeah.
That looked great. And he's pretty happy with that. His coach over there in the background saying, good job, good job.
All right, Brandon. Yep.
Whoa. You blink and you miss it there.
Yeah.
That was extremely fast. And Devin, one of our Teen 1 lifters, starting with 330 pounds.
Yeah.
This is almost double body weight for an opener.
Yep.
Electing for sumo, of course. A little sticky off the floor, but good at lockout. And Jackie going for 407 for his opener on platform 2.
Yep.
Wow.
Easy peasy.
That looked great. I'm excited to see what he loads up for his third. That's the kind of conventional form that I always wish to have. But I don't have long legs, so I'm never going to look like that
Yeah.
when I do conventional. Then Hamilton go for 451 for his third on platform 1.
Hamilton's
Oh,
hype.
he's fired up.
Let's go.
He's ready to go. A little more effort than I would have expected for an opener for Brendan on platform 2, but that doesn't mean anything. Maybe he's a grinder. We don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, Hamilton. Let's see it.
All right. Yep.
Oh, I mean,
Good third.
there was more. That was a good third. There was more. I hope he's happy with that. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's happy with that. We love to see the moment of anticipation, waiting for those lights to pop up on the platform.
I know, especially when it's kind of questionable. I don't know, I've
Exactly.
had those moments like, did
I
I
know.
get that?
I'm sure he felt like that was more questionable than it was. There was no doubt from what we saw, but sometimes it's you're moving in slow motion. You're like, did I stop? Did I have up down? I don't know. I had to grind. My spirit left my body.
I lost a couple years off my life.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes those deadlifts happen.
Ethan, Teen 2, looking to take 485.
Okay.
Wow, the war cry at the top. Let's go,
Yep.
Ethan. Yeah, he's excited. He is fired up about that.
fired
We're not
up.
in the room and we can hear him yelling.
Great way to end the day.
Indeed. And Jack, very easy opener, 200 kilos. 222.5 kilos, which might be my least favorite number in kilos.
Why?
The 5 could be a 2 if it was flipped upside down,
I
you
gotcha.
know?
Yep.
But
It's satisfying and then it's not.
exactly.
Yeah.
2, 5.
Yep.
But hopefully he's able to push through. Oh, just not quite there today. That's okay. He will take 217.5 from his second attempt to his total. If you guys are wondering what these folks are totaling, if you go to liftingcast.com and then select the platform and pick the board view, you can see the total all the way on the right after all the good lifts. Kenneth, definitely working, definitely working for that opener. Some people do shake, though, especially on conventional, where you'll see that shaking, especially around the knee, and that's normal for them. I think of once world champion Jessica Bittner and her deadlift, where she really does that kind of like knocking knees like right around the knee. 2023 IPF 76 kilo world champion, I think. Yeah, so sometimes that's not an indication of how hard it is. Oh no, the heartbreak for Skylar where it just loses his grip and the bar falls out of his hand. That's so unfortunate for him, but hopefully, he could take that away as a gym PR. He was almost locked out.
It's very close.
It was so close. The judges will take it away from him, but in spirit, he earned that.
Yeah.
And Josiah opening with 473 with the Where's Waldo socks. Pretty quick lockout. Exactly what you would expect on an opener for him. And Travis looking to break the 500-pound barrier for his third attempt deadlift. Let's see if he's got it. Let's go, Travis.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Oh, we'll see what the refs say. Yeah, so the chief referee saw what we saw, which was a little bit of that spiking of the bar.
Yep.
But the side referees didn't think it was as much of an infraction, so they gave him a white light on that. And here comes Brendan, outfit change to the Team France singlet.
That's a pretty singlet.
That is a pretty singlet, especially with the TSP shirt in blue. I like that. Snappy as ever for his first attempt deadlift. Richmond going for 518 on platform 1. Conventional. In the Vans.
Nice.
Great lift by him. Great lift by him. And I think that's about where I would draw the line, too, of like, did he put the bar down forcefully or not? That was not forceful, but if it was any, if you had a little bit more gas behind that, then it might be that like forceful spiking. So he did a good job of maintaining his composure and not going too crazy on that one. Good job.
You'd hate to see someone miss a lift because of something like that.
Exactly.
It's heartbreaking.
It's especially because you're just so hyped and so excited about it. Unfortunately, Euclides not able to break the ground with his third attempt deadlift. Been there. That is so relatable. But he did take 220 for his second attempt. So his second successful attempt will be what goes towards his total there. 252.5 on the bar now on platform 1. The last two lifters of Flight A getting ready to take their third attempt deadlifts on platform 1. Meanwhile, Jackie on platform 2 taking 197.5 for his opener. Sorry, second attempt. We're already on second attempts now. Top of the order, I think, for second attempts on platform 2, Flight B. I was going to say, I know that conventional deadlift. I thought I just talked about that conventional deadlift. Turns out I did. Second attempts, here we are. Just another reason why the Northeastern powerlifting team are so good at spotting and loading.
Efficient. Where is Oasis?
That's a good question. I know it is in the Boston region. Let me pull up Google here, and we'll give you a little bit of information about our title sponsor. Unfortunately, not quite there for Dat today on the day. So Oasis is in Hyde Park, Massachusetts, and they are a powerlifting gym. They're like a nice, intimate-sized powerlifting gym.
Yeah, they have an aesthetic.
They do have an aesthetic. They, if you're not here today, they have their own line of powerlifting plates, and they're that like chrome on the outside, looks so nice and sleek. They also have like potted plants and
They
stuff,
do.
which
Yeah.
which is so cool.
The
like
lighting.
Exactly. You know, they've got that nice like private gym aesthetic, and they are our title sponsors today. We could not do this meet without our sponsors here, giving away goodie bags for the lifters and providing some of the funding that we need to set up a meet that's as great as this one in a hotel. Oh, unfortunately, Ben just not able to fight through grip issues on that one. Very good try though
Yep,
by
that was a
him.
good effort.
It was.
I can hear it.
Jack getting ready to take 462 for his second attempt deadlift. Taking his time, making sure that he gets everything just right.
Come on, yeah.
Nice work by Jack. Giving himself a little bit of room to grow for the third attempt.
Yep.
Blue light from the side referee, so it looks like maybe one of his shoulders was not totally locked out.
Wow.
Very
Easy.
Joseph absolutely sandbagging his opener.
Yep. Wow.
I think he probably could have added. Oh no! But unfortunately, 3 red lights from the judge for lockout.
Really?
Yeah. So hopefully he's able to. I would probably go up still, if I'm being honest, because that was way too easy. Maybe one of the reasons, he pulled sumo, so maybe one of the reasons he didn't get that is because it was so fast that his knees didn't stay locked out.
Gotcha.
That's possible. I mean, it was so fast.
It was fast. I think I missed whatever it is. that
Whatever it was, I
happened.
missed it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully he's able to correct whatever that issue was and go. I would go up on the next attempt, honestly.
Yeah.
Brandon on platform 2. The bar is getting loaded for him, 496, where we have Justin on platform 1, 407.
Okay.
Very strong opener with the chicken
Steady.
socks. With the chicken socks.
Okay.
And so Brandon's opener moved very quickly. So I'm hoping that this one moves well, but the addition of the weight, how much did he go up, see, on his attempt? He went up, so he opened with
Wow.
175 and now he's got 225. That's a 50 kilo jump. You heard that correctly.
Is that 100 pounds?
It is over 100 pounds. So, maybe he's dealing with some kind of injury or something and just wanted to
Yeah.
get a deadlift on the board.
Sure.
And then when his first deadlift felt good, he's like, you know what, okay, we'll go back into our working numbers now.
Yeah.
Because that's certainly something that this happens.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, during your meet preps, you're pushing your body to the limit, and sometimes the weakest link complains, like low backs, hips, shoulders, and stuff. So sometimes on meet day, you still show up, but maybe you try to go for those real safe attempts on your openers just in case.
I've seen lifters open with like a 75 kilo squat and then go up like 100 kilos.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Daniel going for 473 for his opener. Josiah taking his time, making sure he's getting the right foot pressure for this second attempt deadlift. Josiah definitely taking as
Josiah.
much
Let's
time
go,
as
let's
he
go.
can. Unfortunately, not quite there. I would probably, if I were him, I would retake that same weight. But I would probably take a different approach to it, honestly. I would be like, you know what, that was really hard mentally for me and I still didn't get it, so let's just stop, not think about anything.
Yeah.
Just grip it and rip it, see what happens.
Yep.
And we're over 500 pounds now on both platforms. That 4 reds, that's when you know 500 pounds at least is on the bar. Another just like
Yep.
tall person doing conventional, and it looks so good. Great work on platform 2. And he's one of those lifters where it looks so hard, but he's still got more gas.
Yep.
So he got 2-1 on platform 2 with a blue card.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if the side referee saw maybe a little bit of supporting on that side. You could see from this angle that his body was a little twisted.
Okay.
So it's possible the bar wasn't twisted, but his body was.
Yep.
You know, that maybe one quad had a little bit more like supporting. Probably not intentional, just something that happens when we get to these higher weights.
Was he using a mixed grip?
I don't remember if he was. Because that could also impact, that mixed grip. All right, Brendan here taking 529. 17.5 kilo jump from his opener. Moving appropriately for a second attempt. So 2 good lifts on both platforms, I think. Platform
Brendan
1.
waiting for the
I was
lights.
going to say, platform 1 having a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but it is a good lift. That's always the most awkward moment. Is that moment of anticipation when it goes
Yeah.
just too long. When you're like, all right, where are the lights at?
I was watching the spotters like, I gotta work on the bar. You gotta
Yeah, you gotta get out of the way, man.
Get out of the way. All right, Derek with the interesting setup.
Very solid, snappy opener by Derek. And a tough grind at lockout for Brendan.
This is a third, so let's
We
see if it's
expect these
there.
thirds to move difficult. We'll see what the refs have to say.
Okay.
Yeah, and that same right-hand referee. So for deadlift, the side referees have kind of a range of options where they can put the chair. It has to still be somewhat from the side. But they could be dead on from the side, they could be slightly behind the lifter from the side, or they could be slightly in front of the lifter from the side. And each one of those options changes the point of view of the referee, so you can see ramping better or worse from that perspective. And I think that's why the right-hand referee keeps calling that supporting call, just based on what they can see from their view. Brian making 584 moves so well. Remember, he squatted over 600 pounds in the squat earlier today. Kenneth, unfortunately, just not quite able to overcome 468 pounds today. But that was good. I mean, and we thought the opener moved a little bit hard, and then second attempt he wasn't able to get it, and was unfortunately not able to get that second attempt on his third either. But that's okay. 205 kilos is what he did successfully hit, so he is in the meet. He did post a total. Brendan pacing already on his first attempt, already showing intensity with 628 pounds. Safe to say,
Let's go.
he's a deadlifter.
Yep.
Jackie moving 468 very well for a third attempt.
Yep. Good lift. Easy peasy.
Wow. Let's see what he loads up, that Brendan. I love a good deadlift. It's like probably the most exciting lift out of all of them.
For sure. Yeah.
Because it moves really fast. It's very simple to understand. Just grip it and rip it.
Yeah.
And this is where you see some of the heaviest weights of the day. Jack, one of our teen 1 lifters. Imagine being 14 years old, 15. You're like a
Wow.
freshman or a sophomore in high school,
Wild.
and you're deadlifting almost 475 pounds.
Yep.
And this kid he has nowhere to go but up. You know what I mean? He's not even out of high school. Like, he's got plenty of growing and getting stronger to do. If he sticks with the sport, he's definitely going places.
Wow.
Oh, yes. A clinic for how
Yeah.
to be patient with sumo. Well done, Jack.
Nice.
And Justin with a good 429 pull on platform 1. But that's a good point. We didn't really talk about it much, is sumo can be very hard off the floor, and you just have to really stick with it until it breaks and comes up. And he did just that on platform 2, and that good result for him.
Yeah.
Moses looking to take 500 pounds on platform 2, break that 500-pound barrier. And Joseph looking to, I believe, retake his opener. Oh, no, this is where his opener was a little too fast, and then I think he had soft knees. So he went up 30 kilos.
Okay. Yep.
And that's much better. Moses, unfortunately, not quite able to make that 500 pounds a good lift today, but he did give it a good effort, and he got it like a few inches off the floor, which is pretty impressive. But he's had a big day. He's pushed all of his lifts hard, so
Yeah.
he should be proud with what he
Looks
put
like
on
he was
today.
smiling.
Good, good.
I hope he's happy.
He said, "I went 7 for 9. I went 8 for 9 going to this last deadlift pull. I'm just gonna send it." And he,
Yep.
yeah,
Did that.
yep.
Cool.
And a good lift by John, 474 pounds. Josiah coming back to try to, I think, yeah, retake 230 pounds. Last time he had a little bit of a challenge breaking the floor. He did break the floor, but he didn't get very far from that. Let's see if he can stick with it a little bit longer on this one. Unfortunately, just not there today.
I was retaking the same. Okay.
Yeah. Daniel going for 507 pounds. What we just saw on platform 2 is over on platform 1 now. And he's got that double overhand hook grip, which a lot of folks who deadlift heavy like to use. Unfortunately, the weight just a little bit too heavy for Daniel on the day today. But a lot of people, you pull hook grip, right? Tell us a little bit about hook grip.
So it allows, I mean, I started using it personally because I would windmill at the top with mixed grip. I think my shoulders are just never packed enough. But it creates a really secure hold on the bar when you're,
Wow.
it's actually, I'm not even sure how to like describe it to someone, but you create a hook with your hands.
Oh, good. Everything he had, Lee just put on put on the platform, and he walks away with his
Yeah,
shoulder hurting,
little-
but he got the
yeah.
lift. Oh my God, that's where it means when he say like literally leaving it all on the platform.
it.
I hope he's okay. I hope it's just a cramp.
Yep. Right. Yeah.
But yeah, no, hook grip is definitely one of those. It is hard to describe. I've like tried it
Yeah.
one time, and it's not for me.
Yep.
But it does, I think, give that evenness. Both your shoulders are in the same position, so it can help with that, like you mentioned, windmilling at the top.
Yep, and it can create a really secure grip with your hands
Yeah.
if you have issues with like your hand opening when the weight gets heavier.
Yeah,
But it does create a lot of pressure on your thumbs.
that's so true. And we see, Brendan using hook grip here for his third.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
He's having a great day.
547. Oh, sorry, 247. He went up 7.5 kilos. He probably could have gone up another 5 and still made it at least.
Yeah.
So great day for him. 9 for 9 day.
9. He is
Looks like
currently
he's
in second.
Yeah, currently ranked first in the open category for 75 kilo lifters, and second in the junior category.
Awesome.
Good for him. And then Brandon coming out for 257. So this is a 27.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
That's a huge jump from his first.
It is.
I was gonna say he kind of looks like a deadlifter.
Wow.
I think he might have opened the flight and then closed it.
He did. Yeah, he did. And then gets that. Wow. Wow.
Amazing.
That was a good
Great
deadlift
job.
by him. And that closes out the Platform 2 morning session. Lots of great scraps we saw. That was very fun to see Brandon just kind of
Yeah.
like go for it, you know what I mean? Just load up. Maybe that was a PR. Maybe that was a record. Whatever it was, he's like, you know what?
Yep.
Send it.
Yep.
And
it looked great.
It paid off. And Platform 1, we have 3 more second attempts before we move on to third attempt. So we're not too far behind. Great
Easy peasy.
sumo by Derek there. Little frog stance sumo action. And then Brian coming out here to take 611. pounds, which remember, I keep saying it, but he squatted 600 pounds in the first session. So he's got over 600 pounds on the bar for both lower body compounds.
Wow.
That's not easy.
Competing as an 82, so he missed weight as a 75. Is
Yeah,
that,
potentially.
so he's
Potentially so.
possibly a very light 82. Very heavy 75.
Yeah, very an over heavy 75. Oh no. And that's what you just talked about, where the hand opening
Yep.
a little bit, and unfortunately just wasn't quite able to hold on to it. So Brendan coming out, 661. We're still only on second attempts here, folks.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's okay. That's okay. He said that's all right. We'll try again on the third attempt. We'll try again. Maybe he just got a little bit out of position there on that one. All right, back to the top of the order for the last flight of the day. At least the morning, anyway. The last flight of the morning for deadlifts on platform 1. That 200 kilo milestone is what Justin's looking to really capture today. Oh, unfortunately, just not quite. It's just glued to the floor sometimes. And that's the case we had here for him. And then Joseph coming up to take 220 kilos for his third attempt deadlift.
I think I'm just surprised because 82 is a pretty common weight class.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not very many 82 kilo lifters, but we're looking at lifting cast. It looks like all the 82s they're here in this morning session, but it's usually a very popular weight class, so it's interesting. We only have a handful of competitors in this weight class today. Oh, very nice.
Easy.
Plenty left in the tank there for Joseph. But 220 is a good lift for him. He'll end the day almost at 600 kilos for his total. Just so close. And then we're loading the bar for John here. Remember our teen 2, 82.5 kilo lifter?
Yep.
Yeah, and he knows. He's just pull.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yes!
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
Give it to him.
Yes, exactly. Give it to him. Let's go. That's so awesome. It's such a heartbreak when those don't,
Yeah.
when those don't go. So I'm real glad that he was able to stick with it. Up to 507 pounds for Daniel. He's hyping himself up, giving himself a little pep talk. You got this, Daniel. You got this, Daniel. Don't give up. Keep pulling.
Let's go.
The moment of calm before the storm. Oh, Oh,
Yep, yep.
yes.
Great.
And that's a great example. And another great example of just that patience.
Perfect third.
Perfect third, I agree. Going up to 562 for our UMass Amherst Raw Junior lifter. Oh, unfortunately, just a little bit too much. But he only went up 2.5 kilos from his
Perfect.
second attempt, so he kind of knew, you
Yeah.
know, there's a limited amount of gas left in this tank. Joshua Lim coming up to take 255 as well, same weight. If he makes this lift, I think he will surpass our previous lifter who just lifted to get pulled to third place. I think this will pull him into third place for the men's raw junior 82.5 division. So he really wants this lift. And I think that's also the strategic 2.5 kilo jump from the previous lifter was to try to match on total maybe and win on body weight.
Yep.
Oh,
Nice.
but easy for him. And that solidifies the total of 617.5, which is what he needed to pull into third. Good for him.
Nice.
Here comes Andy looking to pull 270, which is a 20 kilo jump
From a second.
from his second,
Whoa.
which will bring his total from 585 to 605 and move him into fifth place in the men's raw junior category. He's like, okay, whatever we got to do, we're going to do it. Like,
Yeah.
he just walks on stage all calm,
Let's go.
just ready to pull.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Oh! Oh, no.
That looks promising.
It looked so promising, and I think just that one knee locked out just a little too soon, and then he had nowhere to go. But good effort regardless. Derek now going for 611. Wait, I just looked at his division again as a 18 to 19-year-old lifter going for over 600 pounds on deadlift. Okay, Derek. Okay. And we can hear all of the people cheering him on in the background.
Yeah.
All you have to do is pull this, Derek. You're already winning in your division.
Yep.
Wow.
He's a deadlifter.
He's a deadlifter. He knows how to maximize that frog stance deadlift. Wow. And that total, or that deadlift put him at, is that right? 677.5 kilo
Whoa.
total as a 18 to 19-year-old lifter.
Wow.
That's quite an impressive feat. Here comes Brian, who, if I pull up the standings here, is in first place currently in the 82.5 kilo weight class. I think he's solidly in first place. I don't think anybody's close enough to catch him. So retaking his second attempt on his third. Hopefully he's able to have better positioning on this attempt.
Oh. Yeah. That was the issue.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Just when you think it's
Yeah.
in hand, it just slips out of your grasp. He was so close to locking it out. Unfortunately, was not quite able to today. We have Brendan Witz attempting 300 kilos now, re-attempting from his second attempt to keep him in second place in the open 82.5 division. Our
Okay.
last deadlifter of the morning session. The crowd is going wild. He's staring down the bar. Science says the more you scare the weights, the lighter they are, and he's doing everything he can to make that lighter. Let's go. You've got this. The crowd is going absolutely insane for him right now. Oh, just unfortunately not quite there, but a good sport about it. Thanks the crowd. And that's where we get to thank you and all the referees. But thank you guys for sticking around with us for this morning session of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Massachusetts State Championships. It's been a pleasure having you guys along with us. Patria, any parting words of wisdom?
No, we'll see you here for the afternoon session.
That's right. Tune back in. Lifting starts at 2:30 for the afternoon session where we'll see the 90, 100, 110, and heavier men's weight classes for the weekend to close off this great meet that we've had here. Thank you guys, and we'll see you later.